Morning, everybody, again.
Good morning.
All right, it's Tuesday, June 13th, 2023. Now it's 8:16. Okay, I'm gonna call the Economic Development, Tourism, Technology Committee to order. Call the roll.
Thank you. Chair Jones.
Here.
Councilwoman Johnson. Councilman Warren.
Present.
And Chair Ford.
Present. Okay, we got one item, presentation from Girls Inc. on the progress of the Patricia C. Howard campus, requested by Chairman Jones.
Well, good
Give it
morning.
back to you, Chairman.
Thank you, Chair Ford. Colleagues, we've committed a sizable amount of money to help complete this particular project, so I thought it would be helpful for the council to hear about the progress of the project that's at Girls Inc. of Memphis. I've been out there to tour it. It was a couple of months ago. I think the weather hadn't quite broken yet, but since that time, I'm sure that the construction project is very close to completion, so I thought it would be helpful for the council to hear about the investment that we've made in this community, which is in the District 7. However, it's also Super District 8. So we have the Executive Director, Ms. Lisa Moore, who will provide us more information.
All right.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Lisa Moore, President and CEO of Girls Inc. of Memphis. Thank you so much for your support, this amazing opportunity to bring to life the Patricia C. Howard campus in 38127 in the Fraser neighborhood. Girls Inc. of Memphis has been in this community since 1946, and this building is named in memory, in honor of the late, great Patricia C. Howard, who gave 50 years of service to Girls Inc., 35 years at Girls Inc. of Memphis as CEO, and 15 years at the national organization. It's an extraordinary project that is a critical community development. It's not a Taj Mahal to Girls Inc. This is an investment in 38127 in a vital community. When we started this project, we very much followed and took the lead of the Fraser 2020 plan that was very much generated by the community on what they wanted, and they wanted a livable community. And I shared in some of the materials that was provided to you when we were first envisioning how to build out this property. We owned the 9.5-acre plot. For the past 6 years, we've been running the Girls Inc. Youth Farm on this property with two shipping containers and a porta potty and a water spigot. And high school girls have been producing thousands of pounds of organically grown produce and fresh honey in a food desert to the community with no real infrastructure. And so we not only wanted to invest in our programming, but invest and fulfill that Fraser 2020 plan. Across Baskin to the west is Porter Leith. We often hear, or there's a sentiment often, that nonprofits are in silos, and we're very much in partnership with Porter Leith. We've talked a lot about how their kids can come over and get their hands in the dirt and learn about gardening. They have some raised beds themselves that our farm crew will help out with. Also, a focus on literacy. So our girls will be building their literacy skills by reading aloud to the preschoolers. The preschoolers will be building their literacy skills by being read to and being provided books. So we're excited about that partnership. But let me talk a little bit about this property. You're seeing an aerial view that for years I looked at it on paper and I knew it was going to be a big project. But when you go and walk the property and you realize just how big it is, it's pretty extraordinary. And what it's going to accomplish is on the east side will be our administrative building, where our main offices will be, our boardroom, a conference room that'll be available to the community as well. The center building is our community gathering space that has a teaching kitchen, 5-station island, where our girls will literally be learning farm to table, healthy eating preparation, and healthy meal prep. And then they will in turn teach the community those skills as well. And then on the west end is our full program facility for for girls ages 5 to 18, every day after school, evening programs for teens, Saturday programs, and during the day, we'll be providing vital programming for adults and opportunity youth when the girls are in school. So the building will be in operation all day, pretty much all day, every day. Full farm operations, they'll really be stepping up their infrastructure with a greenhouse, and on the west end is full farm operations with a washing sorting station as well. And then 6 acres of farming that will be happening on the property. I'll tell you, to go from end to end of the building is 250 steps. For you Fitbitters that are counting your steps. So you can get 500 in just walking down and back. This next page is a rendering of what the building looks like. It's a really great design. Like I said, it's a farm. We wanted to blend into the landscape. This property we purchased from an Italian family that had had it for generations. And it had been a farm. I mean, historically, Fraser was immigrant, mostly Italian farmers. And this was a family that had it for decades and decades. And so we were like, well, let's maintain the integrity and history of this property. So it's this beautiful design. The windows are on both sides, very low, so even our 5-year-olds can see out. There's natural light in every space, and you'll see those red slats really provide a visual barrier, but still air can get through. That's an outdoor learning lab patio, which is really great on the inside, and that's on either end of the building. And the pictures you see in this rendering, those really are our farm crew girls really farming our land. Those are real photos from when they were there before. The building is superimposed in there, but that's how it looks. This is where you see the kind of the breezeway in between the break in the buildings, how you can see all the way through with the windows. But these breezeways are fantastic learning spaces outside, because when it's hot, I've been out there when it's super hot, but the breezeway is called that because it keeps the breeze going, and it's covered and it's shaded. It's lovely. This is the community gathering space. You can see there's a stage where we'll have lots of community activity. Our girls will be in there every day. And then where kind of I'm sitting in terms of the building is where the teaching kitchen is. We also on the east end of the property will have a farm stand. So the community will have a farmer's market there in the area. We will be selling our produce, but also others in the area can come and sell theirs produce there as well. And then out into the property, we also have 2 outdoor covered learning labs for outdoor covered programming out in the fields. So those are the renderings. See if I can pull up the financials here. Did I do it? Right on. So a little bit about the financials. The hard cost of the building is right at $7 million. And then an additional $2 million in terms of other types of work that has to be done in terms of soil, landscaping, soft costs, construction, signage, etc. As I shared in the information, we have $6 million that is already secured. The $500,000 from the city, it will definitely help us fill that gap. We do have a $2 million construction loan that we're hoping to not have to utilize fully, so that when the project is completed by the end of July, we can move in debt-free. Any questions? Well, I can't wait. We are planning. They're estimating that we'll be done by the end of July. We all know if you've done any kind of construction of any kind, that may or may not be true. And so we're hoping in September, when it's really lovely outside, to have our grand opening events. And I can't wait to have y'all there to help cut the ribbon.
Thank you. I just have one question. When did this project start?
When?
Yes.
6 years ago, we started visioning for this project, and I put in some of the materials. We did a number of kind of focus groups where we brought the community in. We'd already started the farm program, so our farm crew girls were very, very involved in the envisioning of what this project would be, and it was a real motivator when one of the community members said that they saw that this would be a hub of hope in Fraser, and that really is a driving factor for us. But it was about 6 years ago where we really started that process. Of course, 2 years of COVID and everything else associated with that kind of gave us a bit of a pause. We really thought we would have been done by now, but here we are, and all things in due time.
But now, when did construction start?
Oh, construction started a year ago.
Okay, so
So last May, we started clearing, no, June. In June was when the clearing of the land and prepping the land began.
so now I was trying to get to perhaps some of the increased costs that you had to incur because of inflation and all of that. Looking at these
Absolutely.
numbers as
Again,
well.
if
How's
you've
that?
tried to build anything, a deck, a fence, anything at your house, you know, particularly wood cost has gone up astronomically. And also just everything and from inflation. And when the gas prices went up, everything went up again because just delivery they would bank that in. I don't know off the top of my head what the percentage of increase was just post-COVID, but it was significant.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Y'all are amazing, and like I said, I can't wait to have y'all out. And feel free to come use the space anytime for your community meetings to connect with us. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. And look, if you'd like to come out and tour, we're doing hard hat tours anytime. Just let me know what is good for your schedule, and I'd love to, come back out. You'll be amazed. I mean, I go out every week, at least once a week. We have construction, and I was there yesterday, actually with Shelby County Mayor Lee Harris, and his team came out and planted some grasses, landscaping yesterday, and I'm walking through giving a tour, and I'm like, oh, that's new. Oh, that's new. It just moves so fast. So if you'd like to come out for a construction tour, I'd love to have you. Mm-hmm.
Record, please.
Mark Sturgis, 410 North Willette, Memphis, Tennessee, 38112.
Lee Amber Hill, Contract Compliance Manager for First State Memphis, 8797 Cattail Cove.
Thank you.
We're excited to be here today to present some, I think, compelling data on our First State Memphis program supported by the city and county to expand pre-K in Shelby County, Tennessee, and in the city of Memphis. And you'll see, I think everyone has a report on Q2. This is our kind of proposed accountability report out to you all as we move through the quarters of the program. And there's a data collection, validation, and analysis that goes behind this to make sure we're hitting the intended targets and outcomes of the program. So just at a high level, this is for the quarter ending December 16th. And nationally, we've seen a trend of under-enrollment in early ed programs following COVID and the pandemic-related disturbances in education, a lot of which I think has been seen nationally as just a hesitancy to put children back into programs outside of the home. But the good news is in Memphis, we're starting to see, we saw a 7% uptick in enrollment. And so the majority of our programs are now hitting their enrollment goals of 80%. And attendance in those programs is high, and the data around their performance is also improving. And you'll see about 45% of the students in our pre-K program by Q2 were meeting kind of national benchmarks, and exceedingly so in areas of social emotional learning, which we think and national data shows is critical for long-term success and life success in education, reduced incarceration, higher wages, and family stability. So these are all really promising data points, and you have the full report in front of you. But we're really proud of the 16 now operators who function in in every city council district across the city, providing new access points for high quality early learning. And in our data, looking at the students who have been exposed to our pre-K program, which is modeled off of national best practices, our students are still outperforming their peers by 7th grade, which is entirely counter to the Vanderbilt study that came out a few years ago that said kids were underperforming who got pre-K. Well, in Shelby County, that's counter to our data, which shows when you have a quality program, you have quality family supportive services, you have a city and county and community invested in the program, children do succeed and thrive. And so we're seeing that data continue all the way through 7th grade. And so, a lot of, I think, the highlights here are in, you can see the data, but we have a highly qualified teacher in every classroom, a high quality environment, supportive services for those families who are participating in the program, and all that's paying off in terms of data and outcomes. So we are on track in Q2 and look forward to bringing Q3 data back. And as we kind of talk through budgets, from our perspective, early learning and care is the #1 investment the city council can make. And we're seeing that reflected in the outcomes for the children and families participating in the program. So we do have, budget requests to the city to make sure we are continuing to invest in quality. We're continuing to invest in expanded opportunities for children and families, and that this program continues to serve every council district in this community. So I'll pause there. There's a lot in the report, obviously, but the good news is we are, I think, moving quickly towards pre-pandemic levels of enrollment. We are improving our quality over time and making sure that our team is supporting our operators to have every resource necessary to serve these children so that they get to school ready, they're reading by 3rd grade, and they have a lifelong opportunity for success ahead of them.
Thank you, Mr. Sturgis. What percentage of our population of kids in this age group are not in our programs that we need to have in it? So how many kids are we missing by your best guesstimate? And some of this may be COVID related, some of it may be lack of classroom size. So I just want to know the two differences there.
What page is that on? So in general, when we set the targets for the first aid pre-K, and I think this is on page 7 in your deck, we set a target of 8,500 4-year-olds, which was really linked to the kind of economic factors of student success. So thinking around 85% of 4-year-olds in Memphis and Shelby County who would be what we call needs-based. So you're thinking really there's another 15% of students, and there's probably a marginal increase there for students who might not qualify economically, because what we've done is aligned all early learning programs in Shelby County. So the work of First Aid is not just about the programs that are funded, but about bringing the other programs together. So we've got Head Start, Early Head Start, the state-funded voluntary pre-K program, First Aid programs, and private programs all working together. And so when you think about the role of the city, it's a proportion of that full universe. And I think there's an opportunity where we're looking right now, when you think about economic mobility, the earlier we work, the better. And so we're looking at opportunities to even expand those services back to infant to 3-year-old, because one of the most important factors in a family's economic stability has been the lack of high-quality childcare, the financial burden of childcare. And so in some regions, just like food deserts, there's childcare deserts. And so families trying to get to employment, get back to school, that's a limiting factor. And so you could think about the universe of early learning just for 4-year-olds. I think we need to consider a bigger universe. And what is that restrictive limiting factor for families who want to get back to work, get back into the labor market? I think when you look at our labor market participation rate, we're somewhere around 74%. So you think there's a pretty big cushion there of work that we could do to help folks get back into the labor market with high quality early learning opportunities for the children as well.
So you're talking about sort of like Mr. Harris's program, where he's doing 2- and 3-year-olds, bringing them in?
That's right. That's right. And we have given the mayor a proposal that would help come alongside that. That's something that we want to. It's part of our first aid plan, really looking at prenatal to age 8 and expanding those services. But there are also 4-year-olds out there who probably, when we look at the wait lists in our community, there are communities who are growing. You have higher population growth, and there could be expanded programs in those communities too. And that's part of what we're gonna bring back to you all in the fall, is a full picture of like, here's the in and out migration and all these programs. Here's where there's higher wait lists. Here's where there's demand, and where can we shore up the program.
So it's not just our money that's doing this. You're like the coordinating organization for all the different pre-Ks.
That's right. And part of the initial policy construct with the city was to create a unified 0 to 8 strategy. And so First Aid Memphis is the coordinating entity for the city and county to bring those resources in. We've gone after private dollars, additional public funding.
You're our fiscal agent.
That's right.
They make it smooth.
Yeah.
And we're accountable to the results too. So children in these programs are doing better. They are hitting benchmarks. They are exceeding national standards. And it just shows when our kids have what they need, they thrive. And that's what we want to continue to tell the story about. Continue to invest in. I'll take a little point of privilege just having seen Mrs. Moore present, the work that Girls Inc.'s doing, all these partners. They bring the real, these are the insulative factors beyond the school doors that really help children and families succeed. And the more we align these resources in the community, the more less likely kids are going to be out, doing things they shouldn't be doing. They're going to have exposure to high quality learning opportunities. And the earlier we start, the better. The highest rates of brain development are before age 3, as you know, Dr. Warren. And so how are we aligning these resources so that in every council district, there's access to high quality, prenatal care, high quality early learning opportunities from infant to age 4. And then when we get into school, those kids are thriving and learning and getting to reading on grade level. That's the goal of First Aid.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Vice Chairman Smiley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm more curious about the $500,000, I guess, budget amendment. Have we had any conversations with the administration about the increase, and also, in order to get anything done, I'm assuming if the administration doesn't put in the budget, you need a council sponsor. Have you had any conversations with the council members about the need for an increase?
Yes, there have been conversations with the administration, and this is a similar ask that we're making with the county because of inflationary costs. What we've heard from operators, the various 16 operators, is that they're having to retain talent, they're having to hire and get materials at higher cost. So all of that goes into what the request reflects, and also a per pupil spend that actually reflects national levels to get us to the quality that we think is required. And that's what we keep trying to set the stage for, is a quality program that defines and defies expectations, so we can continue to put, for example, the state underinvests in its VPK program. So, we're trying to set the bar pretty high. And so these funds go right into quality, right into the classroom. And you can see a breakdown of the budget. So the total percent, is 93% that goes into the classroom.
You also, my mic's off. You also stated that you made a similar request from the county. The reason I'm asking, because a lot of times entities or agencies that we work with come here and ask us for funding, but when it comes to the county side, it seems like things get stuck over there. And I want to make sure all the funding is not coming from the city of Memphis, but also in partnership with the county. So is there any legway with the county, or we're stuck in the mud?
So we're still we're still trying to solidify what's going on with the county as far as the budget. I did just want to point out that pursuant to the professional service agreement that we have with the city and county, the $7 million that we're asking for is what's reflected in that professional service agreement. And with the county, there's some additional support that we're advocating for with the county, which is what essentially is the holdup with getting that budget amendment officially approved. So what's been allocated for first aid pursuant to that professional service agreement is what we're asking for.
Okay, Chief Ford.
Good morning, council members. I'm Shirley Ford, Chief Financial Officer, City of Memphis. We have had conversations in the past regarding the potential increased need for this program, which I think we all agree is a fabulous program. Mm-hmm. And just to kind of put the context around it, if you recall, several years ago, the city and the county jointly pledged their potential pilot roll-off money to help support this initiative. However, in the meantime, for the city, we also had the available funding that could come out of Fund 245, the Sales Tax Referendum Fund, and that is how we have been funding this initiative for the last couple of years. And last year, we presented a budget ordinance to council, which you approved and passed, that included amounts up to $7 million, I think, and it started in 23 and went through 26 or 7. I don't have the ordinance right in front of me, but there was a built-in capacity to know that there was a potential ask up to a maximum of $7 million for this initiative.
So to clear that up, we're going to transfer the additional $500,000 out of Fund 245 to balance the budget, which is already in capacity and good to go, which is great. Vice Chairman Smiley.
Absolutely. Thank you all for your work, and thank you for the explanation, Chief Ford.
Yeah, last
week.
week.
The young lady to your right seems to want to
Good morning, Carol.
opine.
let's and if you wouldn't mind, just because we've got several other items to go through today.
Really quick. I'm sorry,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Chair. Carol Johnson, Dean. I chair the First Aid Board, and I feel like I'm preaching a little bit to the choir because this council has been so supportive of early learning investments and quality access and making sure our providers have sufficient dollars to sustain the quality staff we've trained. People are moving from job to job based on, who can pay the most. And when our quality providers cannot maintain the quality people that they've recruited and trained, it really reduces the quality of the programs we can offer. We really appreciate your ongoing support. Thank you so very much.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, I had the opportunity to visit both Port Elizabeth campuses, Promise Academy, Knowledge Quest. My son went to Lippman, and I can't read one more on here. Just last week alone, it's incredible what they do. All right, thank you for coming.
Yep.
Let's move on to.
Mr. Chair, on item number 2,
Yes, sir.
could I possibly get us to hold that to our next committee meeting? I had a discussion with with Melvin Burgess yesterday on this, and he'd like to be able to be here to discuss this and bring some other people from the state, if possible.
My only concern is if it's material to is it going to be material to the budget? No. Okay, that's fine by me. Sure. Chief Ford, would you mind coming on up and just giving just executive your thoughts on whether it's going to be material or not?
Oh, mic's still hot. Good.
Mike.
Good morning again. Thank you. With me today is Treasurer Lakeith Miller, Treasurer for the City of Memphis, and Deputy Chief Andre Turner, Chief Financial Officer, who oversees the Treasury Division. So the way we have always approached this in the past is we come to you, as we have this year, with a resolution to go ahead and send out the tax bills based on the current assessment. And then when we receive the state assessed property ratio or point assessment, I guess is the correct word, in December, we send correcting bills, whether that means part of the parcels go up in value or they go down in value. We may send an additional bill, or we may send a refund. With all the discussion that's been going on about this, I don't know if you guys were privy to or listened to the county commission meeting last week. They had representatives from the state there who tried to explain and go through the same process that we're dealing with. So I'm going to let Treasurer Miller kind of give you a broad. I mean, I think if there's a change, there's going to be some impact. The unknown factor is what the assessment of properties will be related to that ratio come December. So I think that's the unknown there. So I will let Mr. Miller explain. Thank you.
Good morning, Council. Lakeith Miller. We do have a ratio for the county. It is a large appraisal ratio. We do expect it to have an impact on revenues. However, there is growth. There's known growth in personal property. There's known growth in real property that's going to help to offset the loss in the appraisal ratio. The unknown is the state assessed properties, which we do not receive until December. The administration has been informed that there will be growth in state assessed property. We don't know how much growth there will be.
Boy, what solid timing for the mayor. If we missed that number. I mean, I think that's the concern, but I hear you. I don't know where I'm aiming either. So I guess, would you like to, yeah.
You know, at a high level on page 6, oh, I need to.
Sorry, we're looking at it on our screen. I'm sorry. I didn't realize you were not looking at it either.
Yeah, at a high level, when you account for the personal property growth and the real estate growth, what we know, the reduction to the general fund is about $2.3 million, but that excludes the state assessed properties. So we will not receive that until December.
So property values are going up,
Correct.
so we're going to get less money.
That's
Okay, now, that just doesn't really seem like it makes much sense, which is why I wanted someone to try to explain that.
sure. We'll go to.
It's a very simple.
Yeah.
I'll give you another example.
Yeah.
Well, this is it. But this, I'll give you a very simple example. We just did this as a council. Your property values went up $100,000, so we reset the millage rate down, so your taxes were basically the same. It's a ratio that basically is going to do the same, have the same impact.
But we're negative instead of equal, that's.
Right. So if I'd continued to lower the millage rate, below what we did to set it. So if it cost you $100 when your property's worth $100,000, your property value went up to $200,000, and I lower your tax rate down to where you're still paying $100, that's $100. If I had lowered the tax rate even more, your taxes would have gone down to $50, which means we receive less revenue. It's not apples to apples, but it's close enough.
Yeah, so the appraisal ratio happens 2 years after the reappraisal year. So if there was an increase in current values to real estate, the state does this it's simple calculation. So, you know, here is an exact example of what happened in Shelby County. So if during the reappraisal year, your house was worth $200,000 and it's currently worth $263,000, the state applies this ratio to state assessed properties and to personal property.
And remember, after every reappraisal year, it takes them probably at least 2 years to get through all of the challenges and appeals all the way up to the BOE at the state level. So I don't actually know it. Yeah, go ahead.
And thank you, council. I know you got some of this information late yesterday afternoon. I apologize for that. But in the proposed budget that we have presented to you currently, the FY24 proposed ad valorem tax current is $262 million. In comparison, against an adopted budget, that's up, $3.6 million. We've done a much better job, I think, of collecting, and I think there's been several factors that have impacted that, and we're very thankful for the hard work our Treasury does. But in comparison to the forecast, we are expecting this year to come in at approximately $264 million. So our proposed budget is $2 million less than what we proposed our forecast. So we have kind of already taken in some of the consideration of the impact of this in that, as you can see, I think in his here, we've taken about a $2 million reduction in our proposed budget for revenues for property tax.
Thank you, Chair. Let me try to understand this. What about if the state assessed properties, when they come in with their adjustment, how are you going to account for those revenues that you won't receive? Is that, I don't see it up there.
Well, we don't know, what the SAP is going to be in December, but, according to the state, there will be growth. We don't know how much growth that's going to be.
Yeah, but I think just to be very specific, and I'm sorry, but I have to put you on the record on the spot, but the administration's position is that the growth shall be such that it's going to be flat. The net impact is flat. Is that the administration's position? Or negative $2 million?
Yeah. No, that's the $2 million only relates to personal property and real estate. I'm talking about state assessed properties. That's another group altogether. And once they apply that sales ratio to that, right now, if you're looking at what it is, it's significant as far as the amount of potential loss. Now, it may grow some, but I don't see that. And I just want to know, how are you going to adjust for the difference there? Or is that included in your budget, and what happens down the road?
So we will not really know what that number is going to be until December. We just simply will not know. And we've spoken with Comptroller Mumpower, and his recommendation to us was to just stay conservative and take the same approach that we would on our sales tax properties. And if we have to come back and adjust the budget for accommodation of that, then we will do so.
Could be a big loss.
So again,
based on what it is now and what may come in, I just don't see it increasing that much on the state level in regards to new growth out there that has happened in the past.
Look, you're more of an expert in this field than I am by a million miles, by a decade, I think.
I mean, it just doesn't work like that. I mean, we're maybe, I've talked to the assessor himself, and he's even saying that he's looking at maybe a loss of almost $18 million as a result of this assessment. So my question is, okay, let's say you come in and then you did pick up another 3 million, so you're still down by 15 million. How will that 15 million impact this budget? Is my question. Will we have the opportunity to come back in and make that level of adjustments?
Yeah, if you, on page 5, it does, page 5 shows, slide 5 rather, it shows raw, you know, what the collection was for 2020, FY 2023 with the ratio applied.
Right.
And the next slide shows what we know for growth in real estate and personal property and what we know. But it does not include state assessed properties, what we don't know just yet. So with the growth in personal property and real estate, we know that, you know, there's going to be an approximate $2 million.
Yeah, but that's minor compared to what the state assessed properties are. So also keep in mind when you're dealing with the sales ratio, it also applies to any appeals that actually goes through that office this year. So any property could actually get an additional adjustment. That's on real estate, personal property that goes through. So I just said it could be a significant amount of money, and I would hate for us to have to come back and talk about how we come back in and find 10 million or 12 million because we just didn't talk about it and be realistic. I mean, the state can give you a projection. I mean, they may not want, you know, I'm sure they can give you an estimate of what they anticipate. They know if they had one major business to come on board, and I just hadn't heard about it.
Yeah, I have reached out to the comptroller's office. They say it's too early to give us any projection. They're still in their assessment process for the year, so it's early for them.
Okay. In the meantime, the assessor has requested to come before this body. And what the assessor is going to recommend, something I also recommended in the past, is to go from a 4-year reappraisal to a 2-year reappraisal. As a result of that, we will not have to deal with sales ratios anymore, and this potential problem will never, ever be out there again. So I'm asking, you know, in one way, I think this discussion was good for you to understand when the assessor comes in next week, in 2 weeks, he'll be talking about what he can do in order to prevent the need for a sales ratio in the future.
I think the state eloquently told him to pound sand. I think the state eloquently told him to pound sand.
Yeah, you know, but so. it has its pros and cons, a 2-year reappraisal, but I think down the road we're going in that direction. Technology does not give any reasons why we cannot do it every 2 years, and ultimately it will be a 1-year reappraisal, in my opinion, down the road, because we should constantly be current with values. No reason for us not to be.
And council members, also in the packets that you received about your request for information, we did include several articles related to this, just kind of to give some context around the presentation that Treasurer Miller is making today.
All right, let me move on to Chairman Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Councilwoman Johnson, I share your sentiments with this. I'm a bit concerned. We're looking at this estimated revenue reduction. If we just concentrate on slide number 6, that just talks about the personal property aspect of it, and we may see some offset there. But our real number here that we're looking at is potentially $18 million. We're gonna have we may have some growth that as we've had in the past, but I think that we do need to take that into account. One of the other things too, Chief Fort, Mr. Miller, I know the state has bragged about this business income tax cut. So is that, I don't know how that relates to this, because is their cut based upon some of that state assessed property and they're gonna pass that along as part of what their reduction is? If that's the case, then I think that we can't necessarily bank on the offset not being as great as it is, and we might need to take that into account. Any knowledge in that area?
Good morning, Councilman Jones. No, I have not heard anything related to that in my conversations with Jason. I'm sorry, Comptroller Mumpower.
Okay, yeah, so I just pulled up on it on the, I just Googled Tennessee business tax cut. Governor Lee signs single largest tax cut in Tennessee history into law, Tennessee Work Tax Act, to provide $400 million in savings for families and small businesses. So, like I said, they've talked about this tax cut. We don't necessarily know where it's impacting and is part of this discussion that we're having, as particularly as it relates to this state assessed property. And let's look at this realistically. December, y'all might not be here. So I think it's irresponsible for us not to have some built-in precaution just in case it's $9 million or more. And those of us who are no longer on the council, those of y'all who are remaining here, got to say, hey, how are we going to fill this anywhere from $9 to $18 million gap? When we're talking about an $800 million budget, you know, every little bit counts when we're talking about constrained revenue sources. So I just wanted to share some of Councilwoman Johnson's sentiments, and I think that we need to take this a little bit more seriously than let's wait until December approach and see what that shortfall, although we don't know, but let's still plan accordingly just in case there's a shortfall. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Chairman Jones. All very good points. Appreciate the council wanting to dive in and ensure that when we come December that we aren't necessarily caught off guard. Let's hope for the best, prepare for the worst. We'll have, depending on our agenda, we'll have Assessor Burgess in here next time, as requested by Dr. Warren and Councilwoman Johnson. And then I think that's it on this item for today. Let's move on to item number 3. I'm going to read this in the record. Resolution to allocate $350,000 to the Works, Inc., sponsored by myself and Councilwoman Swearingen Washington. Can I have a motion and a second to have this item heard?
Move it.
Moved by Smiley, seconded by Johnson. Colleagues, I'm going to keep this short, sweet, and simple, but I'm happy to answer any questions. There are about 5.5 acres of property that are located just to the west of Knight Arnold and Knight Road, right next to Oakville Missionary Baptist Church, where the cemetery is. There's multiple reasons, but I think the heavy hitter reasons to do this and why we're doing it this way are as follows. This property was at one point in the custody of the Memphis Health and Ed Board because it was to be used in some form of affordable housing with an entity out of Shreveport, Louisiana. That deal never came to fruition, so it went back into was quitclaimed back over to that entity, and then that entity basically stopped paying the real estate taxes. It went into a tax sale and it became blighted. Councilman Canale and I went out with a group to pick up some tires with our gloves and a do-gooder attitude, and thought we were going to pick up 40, 50 tires. We ended up sending out a bulldozer to pick up, I think, 1,600 tires. In addition to that, because of its location within, 500 yards maybe of Parkway Village Library, I think, and what Mr. Barlow in the back calls, what's the term? Perpetual recidivism or blight recidivism. This property was sold to 2 private citizens in a tax sale, and I don't think the city was ever even given the opportunity to look at it because the county wanted to get it back onto the tax rolls, which is fair. That being said, I think its highest and best use is to be as a potential relocation for the Parkway Village Library and any other community opportunity, but we have to take control of it. What's unique about this deal and the reason why we need the works involved is it is very difficult, as Councilman Smiley has found out, and I know it's brought him pain and tears over the last 3 years, is that when a private owner has a piece of property and they think the government wants it, all of a sudden the price goes up. But thank goodness for the sweet, sweet redemption laws that we have in a tax sale. And so I came up with an idea of going to this entity and seeing if we could step in their shoes and take control of the entity and therefore take control of their redemption rights. And so we'll be able to, and we've come to an agreement with the entity that has the tax, or originally lost it in the tax sale, to step into their shoes and redeem out the individuals that purchased it at the tax sale under the law, which at this point is what they paid for it plus a 10% kicker. So they're still going to get a 10% return on their deal, which is frankly great for them because I'm not sure they would have ever gotten anything out of it. What we get is instead of having to go through some sort of long-term negotiation and hope we get the property for about roughly $300,000, we're going to be able to take control of this property, or at least the works will, and then about $50,000 for them to maintain the property for at least a year. And we'll have some feasibility studies, or really what we call a phase one environmental study to make sure the property is clean. But anyway, it allows us to take a property into an organization that's got a proven track record, that can care for it, that can ensure that it's safe, secure, and not blighted, as we start to go down the road with the neighborhood and led by Councilwoman Swearengin Washington to see what the community wants to see out of it. So I've got the funds coming from the unassigned fund balance. It's not ideal for me, but trying to move very quickly and knowing that we were going to have some, hopefully, additional revenues, maybe potentially out there, that ultimately it ends up being somewhat budget neutral. That may not be the case, but I think this is a no-brainer in my book, in order to take this 5.5 acres, put it into an organization with a track record. And now we've got an opportunity, because the current location of the Parkway Village Library is not sustainable for what the needs are going to be for that neighborhood down the road. So that's my pitch. Yes, Councilwoman Johnson.
Thank you. I'm just concerned about how long it's going to take them to actually start the work. You said a year. Is that the projection that you'll be able to start building on it in a year? You're going to have the funds?
Okay, so let me answer this. Would you rather just it be blighted?
No, I'm just saying if you do it for one, I want to make sure we do it for everybody else. There's other organizations out there that would love to also take on blighted land if the city's going to pay for them. They're all nonprofits.
All right,
So
I
if
think
you
we're
do it
talking
for
past each
one-
other. So I understand that there are other organizations. This is a unique situation where if it were me, I probably would have the city just take it on. But because the city can't step into the shoes of a private entity in order to redeem somebody out of a tax sale, this is the legal mechanism with an organization that has the wherewithal and ability to take it on. What I asked of them is to give us a year as a city. I don't know where in the queue we're going to be able to put the Parkway Village Library, but I know that if I don't do it now, I may never have another opportunity to do it. And if there is an organization that wants that opportunity, bring them on. I don't think this is precedent setting. I think this is a very unique set of circumstances. And if they present themselves, again, I'm sure this body would be happy to deliberate on that on a case-by-case basis.
Okay, that was my only concern because it seems so unique and different. And I hadn't heard about it. I don't know if the general public is probably just hearing about it too, for them to have their input on it. So thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Vice Chairman Smiley.
I'll be brief. One, I want to be added as a co-sponsor. And I think Councilman Carlisle touched on the fact that, I think I've been attempting to do something similar since, since 2019. I had a conversation with Mayor Strickland and Chief McGowan about a particular piece of property in which there were some inquiries about, and once we, not this particular piece of property, once we started inquiring about the particular piece of property, the property that appraised for about $850,000 quickly quickly was on the market for $6 million. So I think we have to find creative ways to acquire land and keep them from being blighted and dilapidated. And I haven't lost hope on that particular piece of property yet. And, you know, seeing how this transaction, how this is unfolding gives me some other ideas. So great piece of work, Councilwoman Swearengin and Councilman Carlisle. Glad to be a co-sponsor. I hope all my colleagues support this.
Can I, Chair, may I?
Yes, ma'am.
So in other words, are you saying that the land will only be held by the works for the city?
Basically, they don't really look. I called Steve because he's an expert in this area, and Mr. Ball is here to answer any questions. But ultimately, the goal for me is to allow them to hold it. There's a couple other things that need to happen, and then and we'll work it out in the contract with the grant funds. But ultimately, the city, you know, could have the right to call it back. The city may determine, hey, we only need 2 or 3 acres to work. I mean, there's multiple things that once we get control of it. But as you know, we're on the clock to redeem them out. Like we are bumping up against this. And I think Mr. Barlow and I have been working on it for almost 6 months behind the scenes to just get. It started with a broker that I knew back in November or even October, trying to even locate this group out of Shreveport, Louisiana, to get a number that worked to contact them. And my biggest fear is that if we don't take this opportunity to get control of this property, even if it's just the Works, who has, again, I'll say this for the third time, an extremely proven track record, that we may lose it forever. And it's too large and it's too significant and it's too close to the anchor at Knight Arnold and Perkins, or American Way rather. And it's too much of an opportunity given its size and proximity to that anchor there and to where Parkway Village Library is. We will, either as the city or in partnership with a nonprofit, figure out a better way forward for that.
As long as the city has some type of interest and control still in it. That's my concern.
That is, Ms. Barlow, just for the record, nodding up and down, 2 thumbs up. Okay. But it was unfair to ask them to be the entity to step in for the redemption and then say you also have to take care of it. So for at least for the next year, we're going to cover the operating expenses and we can revisit it in the following year. We've asked that the administration put some funds into this year's budget to begin community engagement, to get feedback about what they want to see on that property. Like I said, Councilwoman Swearengin Washington and I, but I know specifically her because it's her district, is very excited. When we were at Oakville, I mean, the number one thing that, I'd put it in the top 3 things that we heard is what is going to happen to this library and how can we make it better? And on top of that, from the church itself, who has to deal with the blight and the tire dumping, how can we clean up this property and secure it so that illegal dumping is not occurring next to that church? And this is step 1 in that process, because if we don't get control of it, then we're not doing anything.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Yes, ma'am. And I've got same night minutes on this only because the Works has also very kindly agreed to front the cash because they know that the process of contract writing, et cetera, but we have to give them some certainty that we can reimburse them. And so the sooner we can get that process, the sooner that Chief Ford and her team can start that work, which, can take, 4 to 6 weeks or a little longer. But we are bumping up against, at least on one of them, the redemption right period ending. Councilman Warren?
I'd like to be added as a co-sponsor also, and I'd like to echo Councilwoman Johnson's concern that we may need to use this process again in the future. And as we do, let's be creative, because I think this is a really, really bright thing and something that may help us with other properties if we can find other nonprofits with proven track records to help us with it. So great job.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
And I just so everybody understands, the only key was luck of timing. So, and the fact that there was an entity as opposed to an individual. And so, that was the big kicker. So if there's some large group out there or some corporation or nonprofit that has given up a piece of property in a tax sale within that redemption period, and you can get them to agree to sell you their stock or units or surrender their charter to you, this mechanism will technically work. But that's why I'm saying this is such a unique set of circumstances, and the fact that you tracked them down, which is even more unbelievable 3 states over. So with that, because we've got a busy schedule, and I know Chairman, we're going to move something around, but if it's all right, with same 9 minutes, I'm going to go ahead and move this with positive recommendation. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Chairs and ayes, seeing none, this is unanimous. All right, we are going to move to item number 7 to accommodate a couple of schedule issues. A resolution to raise the tax rate by 0.29 cents for fiscal year 24 all council districts, sponsored by Chairman Jones. Do I have a motion and a second? Moved by Smiley. Second to hear this item. Second by Jones.
Don't have me out here by myself.
Chairman Jones, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for accommodating me, Chairman, in moving this item up. Colleagues, I presented this at our last meeting as a starting point or talking point. And I would offer too, though, that based upon the presentation dealing with the state assessed property ratio, that this is also almost a precautionary tale. Ms. Logan, you were not here for it, but we stand based upon this ratio assessment. You have it in your packet. Could very well have a shortfall, worst case scenario, shortfall of about $18 million. Part of it, $9 million of that, we will not know until December. So, here, I'm in my last couple of weeks on the council, then you all are faced with this $9 million deficit, how we're going to make up for it. So I think that having such a proposal to counter what could be a shortfall in revenue, in addition to addressing some of these needs. And so as was originally presented, this is a proposed increase of 29 cents. And so this 29 cents of that would fund matter operations, the Affordable Housing Trust Fund, to shore up what would be our solid waste and clean up our city, the creation of an Opportunity Youth Fund, but then also an amount that's just assessed for the general fund. And so, colleagues, if you take these cent figures, multiply them times $1.4 million, that will give you the approximate amount of revenue that this would generate. And so, really, colleagues, the only one I'm sort of married to is the matter operations, because we know that without this, they'll have to cut service, and we know that service is already, in my opinion, sort of bare bones as it is right now. In fact, colleagues, I'm going to move that based upon this resolution to amend it so that we take matter to 11 cents. That would reduce the general fund to 0.02 cents based upon what was presented here. But everything else remains the same, and general fund, 2 cents? Yes. Matter, 11 cents. Everything else the same. And so I would present this and welcome any questions that the colleagues have.
Oh, it's coming.
Vice Chairman Smiley.
Thank you, Chairman Carlisle, Chairman Jones. I guess my question for you and for those who are listening, could you make it plain for those folks who are listening? What does this mean to the everyday citizen? How much money will likely come out of their pocket?
I'd have to go. I don't have my laptop.
I feel like
with
Chief
me.
Ford is here. I feel like she knows the answer.
So I want to say, I'll go back because I had it based, because this is still the number that I proposed about 2 years ago. But if we're looking at about don't quote me on this, I can go back.
I mean, just rough estimate.
Yeah, rough estimate on about $120,000 house. I think that this increase would be about $10 per month. Don't let me go back and check those particular numbers, but I think that's where it was, about $10 a month for a $100,000 or $125,000 home.
there's no request for same night minutes on this, is it?
No.
So assuming, we vote in favor of this and we come back and have another conversation about what it means to the people of Memphis.
Yeah, and just to clarify why that is out of, we and I appreciate Chairman Jones letting me run budget this year kind of but the idea is we discussed it in budget committee. I asked that he bring it on a regular Tuesday so people would begin to have notice about it. And then if people wanted to begin the process of, so at least he's got, like you said, a starting point. And so now the council kind of knows where he's at. And so it'll be voted on just in committee today. And whether it's amended, replaced, whatever that is, can take process, not over the next 2 weeks, but between now and what would be the final vote on the 27th.
Yes.
Yeah.
27?
Yeah, 2 weeks from today is our next meeting, our final meeting.
It's
For,
only it doesn't take 3 votes, it's just 1 vote needed.
I'm sorry, Councilwoman.
It only requires 1 vote.
So what this resolution is doing is setting the stage to amend, to it's giving notice, in my opinion, to the public and setting the stage for however it ends up on what the final vote, what this, it matters, but it doesn't matter. What is ultimately going to matter is the, what are we calling this omnibus?
well, another way, if I may, Mr. Chairman,
Yeah, please.
another way to look at it, Ms. Johnson, is that the tax rate will be up for its third reading.
That's what I'm trying to say, the
So
third reading
we can
will be-
amend things at the third reading, so we won't have to start the clock over again and have the 3 votes.
Okay, and the third reading will be on what date?
The 27th.
Tuesday, the
2 weeks from today.
27th. Next.
So today is the second reading?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
I didn't think we voted on that, thought we held it.
We can't
but-
not hold it. We would run over and then go into a continuation budget.
I got you.
And
Okay,
we
my
remember, yeah.
concern- Okay, Chair, may I, when I get a chance?
Yes, ma'am. Vice Chairman Smiley, are you good?
Chairman Jones did an excellent job answering my questions.
Councilwoman Johnson.
Thank you. My understanding when we talked to the matter, it was that they needed X number of dollars from us, and they also needed the same amount from the county in order for them to operate. So is that going to give them the funds, or what are they going to actually do with the $11 million?
Well-
And how's that going to help the community? And I think if they're going to pay the increase in the taxes, tell them exactly what they're going to get with that $11 million. Which streets the buses are going to actually be riding on. Let's just not give them an increase and say we're working on it.
Okay. Well, yeah. So based upon what was some public comments made by Mr. Rosenfeld, is that if we, they have contracts coming up, they have other increased operating costs, and so without an additional $15 to $16 million, there would have to be a cut in services if they are not fulfilled that. Now, as far as fulfilling the entire transportation vision, they've never been to the point to where they've received anything close to $15 million from the county. So I think that they're operating from the standpoint of if they can get another $1 million from it, then that's good. But I think that this is just operationally to keep them at par where they are right now. What has been placed in the public domain is that without this amount of funding, then they would have to cut services. And like I said, I think that their service level right now is bare bones, and I think it's bare bones because of what may have been decisions of this body, some while we've been here, some prior to our being here. But just from the standpoint, we realize that we have to have increased revenues. I don't think that any governmental entity is exempt from that and say that they are immune to that.
Chair? Mayor? I understand that, but I'm also saying I'm receiving calls, and I could not believe, in opposition to a 10% increase in the taxes. And again, if we always talked about providing a service, I think if we're going to do an increase, we need to have services that they actually see, not these soft services that's behind the scene. We got to come up with how we're going to actually use the money, and they understand why this increase came about. We talked about some park situation. I think they'll see the new parks. I'm just not sure on that matter how they actually will see it. We have to have some type of a service opportunity for them to justify why would they support an increase, because right now they're upset about 10%.
So
From
is
the
it,
people I've talked to who called me.
I don't think anyone's opposed to hearing from Gary in rap at the next council meeting,
Right.
so he can
I
state
think we
specifically
asked
how
for that.
how he plans to use $11 million. He gives us I'm gonna say a different word. He gives us a very bad answer. We don't have to allocate 11 cents toward matter. I mean, there's a lot of areas of opportunity in the city of Memphis, like street paving.
That's what I'm saying. They want to see the result. If you want to increase, make sure these streets are clear. Make sure we got security where we need security. But don't tell me about something you're working on and down the road you'll see it. I mean, right now, people are telling me it makes a difference. 10% is a lot of money in some cases, an increase. But
And look, I'll just go on the record in a couple ways. 29 cents is a lot to stomach. I'm not sure I can support it, but I told Chairman Jones that I appreciate that he's put it out there of like what he wants to see. And I think he's made clear that there are things that are sacred to him and things that aren't. And I think if you want to try and just work within that, but there's a couple things that I would say. One, in lieu of him coming to the next council meeting, not that I want to, I don't want to meet, but just so we don't get to the 27th and people are still processing what he's saying, now we're definitely likely to come back for one more budget committee meeting beforehand so people can hear from him and then have time to process what they want to do. I don't mean this, I mean this very respectfully to Councilwoman Johnson. What you said was, and this is like the core issue of like the circular reference of why I'm willing to take a couple darts on an increase is yes, people want to see an immediate change, but you cannot be in these neighborhoods or support these groups that continue to talk about root causes and expect them to be done overnight. Like, we have to start making the investments today, like, especially when you talk about youth opportunities and things like that. You're not going to see you'll see an immediate impact if they can get more kids into their program, but you're not going to know the results of the program until 5, 10, 15 years down the road. Now, I'm not making the case necessarily for MATA in particular, but I understand the difference between, and this is why it's so easy to build things in city government. It's easy to build things because people get to see a tangible investment with their tax dollars. What they always, and then we cut the ribbon and then we move on to the next ribbon cutting, and we forget about the operating side of things, which is always the most difficult. But at some point, and the other thing I'll say too is I guess we also have to find a way to cut. We're cutting nothing from the current budget and only adding on. And so I think it's incumbent upon us to make tough decisions instead of, and a tax increase is certainly one of them, but I said it yesterday and I'll say it again, it may be partial increase and partial cut, and you're absolutely right, we have to justify those things to the public. But if we just sit here and take the mayor's budget and add 29 cents to it, I'm not sure that's fair to the public. So that's kind of where I'm at and why I've been openly supportive of some increase, but haven't been very specific about what, because I'm still processing. And again, I'm very appreciative to Chairman Jones for giving us a starting point to work from. But it's, and I said this a long time ago, we have to have the legislative fortitude to make a decision in which people don't appreciate today. But if we are right about our time here, it will set this tone and the stage for 5, 10, 15 years down the road. And I know that's really hard to try and explain to somebody in a church or a community center. But at the end of the day, I mean, there are so many things out there that this city needs, and we've got to start at some point. And it always simply comes down to who's got the fortitude to do it. But I understand. I mean, look, I've gotten, as you can imagine, working in commercial real estate, several phone calls. And one of my big priorities was public safety. And I thank the mayor and MPA and IAFF and the comptroller for helping come around with a solution that's basically budget neutral. I mean, that's something that I said early on to Mr. Hardiman when we came out. I said, we're either prepared to raise taxes or the hope that the mayor and his team come up with a solution. They came up with a solution for that. So now we've got these other things on our budget, and I think we just have to come up with some sort of creative solution where the tax rate's not punitive. I think Collierville went up 12, 15 cents last night. I think Bartlett was neutral, and somebody, or they may have gone up. I mean, look, everybody, I find it very interesting that the more conservative, more Republican-led municipalities are taking tax increases because ultimately inflationary costs are what they are. Go find me a business in this country that has not taken price on their customers in the last 12 to 18 months. So again, it's not the first thing I want to do, but medicine, they've been doing that for 40 years, Jeff. I'm just messing with you, man. Insulin is so cheap now. You said fair enough. Look, I need to turn the floor over. My point is this. If I come with anything, it's going to be to support youth initiatives, affordable housing, and certainly transportation. But it is going to require cuts. And so it's going to take time for me. And I'm going to try and do it in a way that I know people are going to be upset with me because they don't want a single cent. They want more without paying for it, or they want us to, quote, get creative because they believe government's bloated. And I'm not saying we're the leanest thing, but I know that we're darn close to it. And I've been here now 4 years. And as a business person, I don't know any other way to deliver more services without increased revenue at the level in which people are wanting and expecting them. That's not very succinct, but that's about the best way I can say it. Councilwoman, did you have anything else?
No, I do agree with you on some of your comments in regards to the services and that we do need to cut the budget that's being recommended if we're going to ask for an increase. But again, I'm just saying whatever we do, let's make sure that the citizens see the results of what we did. We constantly say we're working on something, and let's actually give them something that they can actually see. Like I said, paving the street. I mean, potholes are still a problem here.
Yes, ma'am.
And if they saw that done, they would believe, okay, the money was family used for something.
Look,
so I'm just saying.
To address it.
And I'll just agree with you on MATA too. I think it's incumbent on Mr. Rosenfeld to come to the council and go on the record with how, not a general thing, but very specifically. And look, it's a grant. So if we need to instruct's probably the wrong word. If we need to put in the funding resolution what the money is tied to so there's no ambiguity about it, that's within our purview. That way, when the contracting department gets it or the mayor signs it, it says these funds are going to go to these very specific things, which I think a little bit with Transvision, we got, maybe was perhaps a little too ambiguous and has created some consternation. But that's within our purview if you want to tie it to very specific things. Yes, ma'am. And I think it's important too, as a large granting agency, what are we at, 30 million, 30 million, that, you know, Mr. Rosenfeld and his team bring forward their financials and open their books to us so that we can see very specifically where they are, where those funds are going, to the satisfaction of the council and the administration, and to the public, most importantly. Look, the average person does not go to a MATA meeting. Like, they're open, but they ain't going. So, Councilwoman Logan.
Thank you, Chair, and I'm glad we're having this discussion. We've had some very valid points, and we've noted along the way that constituents want to see more and deserve more. But we definitely, all know that this is going to be a very challenging conversation. I definitely think that, in this budget season and during this budget time, looking at what's being proposed, we're still in the midst of that, needing to see specifics, needing to see those cuts, as you mentioned, as well as knowing what constituents are looking for, namely paving and trash pickup and those practical things people want to see plainly stated in the budget and plainly stated in the presentations that come before. So I'm grateful that we are asking Meta to come forth with some specifics because I'm being inundated with calls and texts and emails regarding the increase, the tax increase, as well as regarding the lack of services that my constituents are experiencing. So yeah, I do feel that Chairman Jones has put a lot of thought into the conversations we've been having to present this. But I too feel that, maybe presenting some other areas that could be easily seen throughout this process. So I appreciate the healthy and robust conversation that we're having about it because I think it's necessary for our constituents to understand where we are and how we need to get to where we're going. But it does include more cuts and more specifics in the budget process. So with that, I appreciate it. Chairman, you back?
Yes, ma'am. You know I'm sitting next to Smile.
I know, he's always doing that.
I've got Dr. Warren and then Chairman Jones.
Just a couple questions. I see we got 0.8 cents for solid waste and 0.05 now, 0.2 cents for general fund. And then the creation of an opportunity youth fund for 4 cents. I'm just wondering on what's going to happen, how are we going to use that solid waste fund? What's that for? Is that to bring District 5 back into the city? What are you wanting to have happen with that? On the Opportunity Youth Fund, what is that going to look like? Who's running that? How does that work with administration? Who have you talked to and how are they going to use it? And just some general comments from Chairman Jones on where he sees that potentially going.
To the sponsor.
Thank you. Thank you for those questions, Councilman Warren. I'll start with the solid waste fund. If you recall that there was a presentation that gave us a couple of scenarios increasing what that solid waste fee would be. So this additional revenue, if any of those came to fruition, could potentially reduce what that increase may be. I think one of those scenarios may have been an increase of at least $10. I think there was another one that was even more than that. So if that's what's being proposed without this, then if we have these additional funds, that could reduce what that increase would be over that period of time.
So this is to offset the solid waste fund increase, so you wouldn't have that occur. That's what
Potentially,
that's for.
yes. Now,
it doesn't have anything to do with bringing in Area 5.
This would have to be a larger increase in order to do so. If we wanted to bring in Area E, yeah, we'd have to have a larger increase than to do larger increase to do so. And then, so colleagues, I hope you would go back to some of my comments throughout this budget season. I'm not looking at this budget season just as this year. I'm more looking at down the road. So although I'd rather us have some money and not have a program than to have a program and not any money to do so. So even if this administration does have any recommendations on how we're looking at this Opportunity Youth Fund, this administration is only going to be in office for 6 more months. So it could be a new administration coming in who has an ambitious plan on what to do, and at least we give them some runway in which to work with. I want to address too, colleagues, this whole thing about budget cuts. You can't cut your way to prosperity. You just can't. We've not had a tax increase since 2012. So what has saved our butts has been the sales tax. And what? And federal dollars. That has saved our tails. So if we, and I go back, colleagues, going back to 2008, we're talking about a 15-year period of time. Nearly 76% of the increase in the funding has gone to police and fire. All the other divisions over 15 years have had an increase of about 24% of all additional revenues. So, I don't have the numbers in front of me right now, but that's the case here. One of the other things I want to say, and then I got to run, I got to take my son to camp. We will hear a comparison to Nashville. and I have some data here for you all to see. Nashville's property is assessed at least twice as much as ours. So it's irresponsible, and you're not telling the whole story for us to throw out there, we got the highest tax rate in the state. If their property is assessed twice as much as ours, and I got the numbers to show you. If their property is assessed twice as much as ours, that means that they can have a tax rate half of ours and generate the same amount of money. So don't fall for this, our tax rate is the highest in the state. So I'm gonna pass out this information. One of the things to keep in mind about when you look at Nashville and Davidson County, they have what's called a general service area and they have an urban service area. So those are two different areas that you have to take into consideration and combine them when you look at, let me get one of those
Because they consolidated.
Yes. But just to put stuff in reference, colleagues, Clay, one of each. So going back to 2012, colleagues, their property was assessed at $13 billion. 21-22, $35 billion. So we're talking about an increase of $20 billion over that period of time. Looking at the previous year assessed values, $19 billion up to $46 billion. So we have to take both of those things into consideration when we're talking about their.
I know you're going to run,
taxes.
but I'll piggyback on that really quickly before you go. Is one, you're absolutely right. Growing the pie, meaning increasing values, is our way forward, right? And then secondly, that is the cities. I agree, and I made this case. I tried to make it 2 years ago. The city's millage rate is very competitive across the state. Where we get out of whack is the county's tax rate,
which we have no control over.
Right. All right. In deference, because the sponsor can't continue to advocate. I'm happy to keep discussing. Actually, I'm sorry. Before I go there, let me get Chairman Colvett or Councilman Colvett in the mic.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Colleagues.
And I'm sorry to interrupt, Councilman Colvett. Since the sponsor is gone, if you wouldn't mind keeping it to general comments, and if you have any questions for the sponsor,
I'll bring up the questions later.
Yes, sir. Thank you,
colleagues. There's not a business on this planet that just raises their prices without a specific plan of where to spend that money. If you were going to simply raise your revenue just to give runway for something that may or may not happen, something in the future that may or may not come to pass, or worse, give it to a program or any kind of program without any specific data, any specific measurables that we talk so much about, that we got to have measurables. Colleagues, I insist that if you are going to go down this road, you must explain exactly where you intend to spend this money, exactly what you plan to get out of it, and exactly how long it is going to take to achieve your objectives. Thank you.
All right. In deference to the fact that the sponsor had to go for personal reasons and they were unavoidable, here's what I would prefer we do. Without objection, I'm going to send this down with no recommendation from the budget committee to be on the 27th. In the meantime, we're going to have MATA and again, any other organization that needs to come before this body. And we'll get today behind the scenes, Sam. We're going to get calendars together and we'll figure out a date that works for everybody. And that way, except here's what I don't want to have happen. I don't want to end up getting to the 27th and people are still feel like you're welcome to contemplate and debate, obviously, all the way up until the very end, but I don't want to have a major lingering question out there that we could have answered over the next week or so. And then all of a sudden, and it's a fair question, and now we're recessing and trying to pass this thing all the way up until the end of the fiscal year. So I will get with Brianna and I will get with your teams and try and find a date, either probably Wednesday of this week or any day early next week that matches with Matta's schedule. I think there was a question for Chief Davis and her team that we can have. Is there any other division heads that you guys know that I'm forgetting that have got lingering big questions out there? I don't think we do. Anybody? Is it? I'd say that's probably a big one. As a matter of fact, if we can get Melvin Assessor Burgess, I'd rather get that done because that seemingly might be a bigger discussion too. I'd rather get that done in Budget Committee than a full day because we go long in this committee. It makes the rest of the day pretty tough. All right. Any other questions? Are we good? At least for this? Yes, sir. Councilman Ford. Mr. Councilman Ford, would you mind turning your microphone on?
Yeah, I might talk a little bit too loud. First of all, we need to see exactly what the county's planning on doing because they want to go up on the tax increase, okay? We go up on the tax increase. I live in the city. Some people do not live in the city. They live on the outskirts, so they only still paying one tax. I pay two. A lot of people pay that. So if you put 29, how much money is that? Now, a lot of my constituents, $10 is a lot of money to them a month. You go out east, $10 may not be worth nothing. But my constituents, $10 is a lot of money. Okay? A lot of this is irrelevant. Our wish list, a lot of it is irrelevant right this minute. Now, since I like Chairman Jones, but he's exactly right. He won't be here. Jim Moore won't be here. You're going to bring a different administration in here. We don't know what may happen to any one of you all out here. You know, I can at least say y'all are very good administration. Y'all know what's going on. You know, let me just say this. It doesn't make no difference about the mayor. It's the administration. That's what makes it look good. Just like the council. It's not us. It's the people that take care of us. Y'all got wrong ideas. You got a new council that don't know anything gonna come in and you want to raise up this and you want this and hey, you got a wish list here. Oh, we're gonna be screwed up. Okay? We're gonna look like fools. Okay? The ones that's left, he ain't got to worry about it. He messed up the school system. I mean, I'm just being honest. Hell, you sold us out. And just imagine, we gave the school system to Shelby County, which is supposed to be doing something. And then you got this mayor over there in Shelby County. Hell, he just won't control. He wants to do the little things for his friends, okay? That's all that's happening over on that side. You got a new group over there. Shucks, they having hell. I mean, I'm just being honest with y'all. Let's be realistic. You know, if you're gonna do something, why would you want to do something now? Half of y'all not gonna be here, and the ones that's left, we're gonna have some issues with new people that don't know anything, don't know what kind of administration. That's why, you know, I beg people, please vote right, not friendship, not kinship. Vote the right way. Put the right people. You got a lot of them, it's all about themselves. It's in this, right. That's what's gonna mess us up. I think we've done very, very well. We all need to wake up and smell the coffee, okay? If we don't, y'all gonna see what's gonna be happening because like it's already happening on the county side. That's why, hey, we need to see what they're doing. We need them to come to the plate and do a lot of different things, okay? Whereas, hey, they don't, but they're going up too. And I don't want to pay more on county side, city side, and we still ain't gonna get nothing different, okay? We can talk about that a little later, but those are my issues. Y'all can do what you want to do, but when it comes down, I can't go for that. You know, I like matter, I like general fund. Hell, you know, when it comes down to police, I had no problem with the police department. This past Friday, stolen car, ran into one of my vehicles, tore it up. Okay, good thing it hit my vehicle because it was people all out in my lot. If that wouldn't have stopped them, they would have ran over all these people. And they got up, okay? It took 45 minutes for the police to get there. They were changing shifts again, you know what? And when they come in, I got to let them know. You know, the thieves know when they're changing shifts and everything else. Because that's when they do things. Because, hey, they know they're not coming. You know, but we need to look at a lot of different things. I've been kind of quiet, and everybody, like I said, with these wish lists, sound good, I wanted Southwest Twin, and hell, ain't nothing happened yet. Kind of disappointed. Man got on there talking about Westwood Community Center. I talked with Mr. Walker. A lot of them, hey, he just got on there because he wanted to sell barbecue sandwiches. Didn't tell the truth, what was really going on. Like they fixing it up now. The news media is one of the worst folks in the world. Sometimes if they sit and tell the truth when you're on television, hey, things might make a little bit different, but they turn anything and everything around, okay? But they went and that man was sitting up a barbecue thing, okay? Instead of saying, hey, somebody knocked that pole down, which was MLG&W. MLG&W has to come. Oh, the pool hadn't been open for years. Mr. Walker, you talked to me, didn't you? When was that pool open? Okay, last year. What's wrong with that pool? Okay, so you got to get a new liner. But just sit there and just lie. Okay? And then not only that, let me ask you a question. When it comes down to pools and all, and I'm going to be quiet, what's the problem we having these days with the pools that are open? Thank you very much. I got some nieces and nephews. They swim like fish. They're in Nashville. They got lifeguard jobs. I tried to get them to come here. I said, 'cause we need them. But that's what's happening, okay? People need to tell it like it is, not imagine anything. Just start telling it like it is. Make a difference. Why lie? Some people just love to come to you and just lie, and I ain't even asked you a question, but you sit there and lie to me. Okay? I'm going to be quiet. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilman Ford. All right, colleagues, we're going to move this down without any amendments and with no recommendation, and we will take it up from the floor or in the next budget committee. Well, I'm sorry. Friendly amendments from Jones on the moving around. I think I'm not sure it's going to matter. So, all right, let's move very quickly because we're bumping up against the clock here. I'm going to move this. Chief Ford, hang tight for me really quickly. We have one more internal. Item number 6, resolution to amend the fiscal year 24 budget for the City of Memphis Legislative Division, all council districts, sponsored by Councilman Smiley and Councilwoman Logan. Do I have a motion and a second to hear this item?
Move it.
Moved by Smiley, seconded by Ford. Councilman Smiley, the floor is yours.
All right, thank you. So I think we talked at length about this, I don't know, maybe a couple weeks ago at the last council meeting. Talked particularly, and I think Councilman Ford said it best. It's not the council members who make the legislative branch run well. It is our staff. And, I think if we look at where we are now and where we need to be going, it's about making sure we have competent staff that can write well, that ensures the success of the Memphis City Council's office, and also all the responsibilities the council has to considering budget, considering all the things that we put forth in terms of legislation. And I think every council member here has advocated at some point for increased pay for officers, increased pay for almost every division within the city of Memphis. But what we did not do a good enough job of was advocating for our staff to be paid well. So I sponsored this, and Councilman Logan asked to be invited as a co-sponsor, and I invite every other council member to co-sponsor this particular piece of legislation. If we want to move this city forward, we have to start with ourselves, and we start with ourselves by investing in the people who make sure that the success of the city council's office. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Logan.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to add that for me, this is more about making certain that the districts have full-time representation, whether by the council member or the staff. There is someone there full-time that is dedicated to each district. in addition to the council member. But and I made myself very clear initially when we began this that because of the way we're structured, it was really not the best service for the constituents. And this is going to bring that dedicated full-time person, member or staff member to each district. And I'm really grateful that we are moving on this and that we'll have year to year someone that will be very knowledgeable of each district, just as the member is, dedicated to it and its constituents full-time. And so for that, I am very grateful and hope we all see the need and the necessity for it. For that, I yield back.
Thank you. I've got the sponsor that needs to make a couple quick housekeeping notes.
All right, so a couple quick housekeeping notes. One, it's increased from 400,000 to up to 450,000, and then there's a request to same 9 minutes.
Thank you. Councilwoman Swearingen Washington.
I'd like to be added as a co-sponsor, please.
Without objection? Without objection. All right, colleagues. All those in favor of sending this downstairs with a positive recommendation for same 9 minutes, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Seeing none, this item will go downstairs the same 9 minutes for the positive recommendation. All right, moving right along. Item number 4, resolution to transfer GEO bond funds in the amount of, resolution to transfer GEO bond funds from ISO 1082 to IT 01005 to cover the new Treasury tax system contract. All council districts sponsored by the administration. Can I have a motion and a second to hear this item? Moved by Warren, seconded by Swearingen Washington. Please let the record show that Councilwoman Easter Thomas is present. Is there someone from the administration to speak on this item? Come on down. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Good morning, Council. Shirley Ford, Chief Financial Officer. This is kind of a little bit of a cleanup amendment. As you recall, this is, I think, our third attempt at getting our Treasury tax system. We now actually are very, very close. And what this request is doing, Council, is moving monies from the old Treasury tax system project to the new project to finish it out. Our new project was budgeted at $2 million. It's coming in at just a little bit over that. So we are transferring that money to cover that. And then we will be prepared to close the old project.
Thank you. Colleagues, any questions? Is there a request for same amendments on this item?
That would be great.
Okay. Send this downstairs with same minutes. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Chair's an aye. This is unanimous. Last item, and I think what I want to do here because of the time and the length of schedule today, because there's a request for same 9 minutes, and many of you are just getting it for the first time, unless Chief Ford, you have, actually, let's do this. Let me read this in. Fiscal year, hold on, let me get my handy dandy piece of paper. Resolution to amend the Q4 General Fund Operating Budget Amendment, all council districts sponsored by the administration. And although it is not notated, there is a request for same 9 minutes. Can I have a motion and a second to hear this item?
Second.
Moved by Warren, seconded by Councilwoman Swearingen Washington. Man, I'm getting better at that. Chief Ford, if you'll give us a brief introduction, and what I'd like to do is reserve questions and debate until this evening so that we can stay on track today. And if you have any questions between now and this evening, in order to make this evening go smoother, please reach out to Chief Ford or her team. And I think that'll just make it go a little bit smoother when we get downstairs. Chief Ford, the floor is yours.
Thank you, council members. This is really, we kind of do this quarterly if we have recommendations for budget adjustments. And at Q4, it kind of gets a little more intense, and there's a little more as we are moving things around to make sure that the divisions are able to continue to pay their bills and to operate as they are budgeted to do. And sometimes that requires some movement of money between them. Most of what is on this resolution for you and for your consideration is budget neutral. We're just moving things either between service centers or legal levels, or if we are moving between personnel and Materials and supplies, we have to come back to you to get approval to do that. So most of this is budget neutral. However, there are 3 items that are not budget neutral, and that is the one for the engineering division. That is an amount of $1.2 million, and we are covering that through the revenues received in excess of budget on our taxes. And then for the fire division, there are 2 requests. One is a budget impact of $7.5 million, and that is increase in personnel category lines, multiple legal levels to include full-time salaries, overtime, part-time salaries, and that's approximately $4.4 million. And then an increase in their M&S lines, which includes their city shop charges, city shop fuel, outside equipment repairs, medical supplies, which I think we have talked to you about, is the increasing in household supplies, and that's about $3.1 million. And then the last one that does not, that is not budget neutral is an allocation between one legal line and one level to increase money to the hospitality hub. And you guys have heard that. I know it's really important, and this will help them get through on into their FY24, which we all know the great work that they do. And again, that would be funded by tax revenues received in excess of our budget. Everything else is budget neutral. It's just moving things around in categories and an amount that is too large for us to do that. It requires your approval.
Thank you, Chief Ford. Colleagues, again, we'll have this item heard this evening, so please take the time between now and tonight. And honestly, if we end up by some miracle with extra time later in the day, we also can ask questions in executive should Chairman Jones choose to do so. With that, seeing no other business before the Budget Committee, we are adjourned.
Good morning, good morning. Colleagues, today is June 13th. It is 10:19, and I hereby call the Public Safety Committee of Memphis City Council to order. Ms. Creighton, please call the roll.
Councilman Warren.
Present.
Councilwoman Swearingen Washington.
Present.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas.
Present.
And Chairwoman Logan.
Present, thank you. Today,
Councilman Smiley,
colleagues,
I'm
we
so
have an added item. We have 3 items, but we added on a presentation from Memphis Police Department for the Axon project, and we will have that as number 4. The first item is a resolution to transfer a contract construction allocation and appropriation funds to contract construction costs for fire station canopy and patio project, phase 3 and 4, project number FS23102, all council districts, sponsored by administration, request for same night minutes.
Second.
It's been moved by Councilman Warren and seconded by Councilwoman Swearingen Washington. And do we have anyone that needs presentation or have any questions about it? If not, we're going to take a voice vote on this item. All those in favor of moving this item to tonight's add-on agenda, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Thank you all so much. I appreciate that.
That was the easiest.
Absolutely.
No questions
absolutely.
from us. It won't happen again. I'll be sure of
That's
that.
going to help us stay on track.
I apologize to you all. It won't
Item
happen
number
again.
2 is a discussion on MPD Safeways program requested by yours truly, held from 5/6. We're going to ask those of you to come forward and give your name and address for the record, and you are recognized.
A lot of mics down there.
We are, I'm very interested. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead and give me your name.
CJ Davis, Chief of Police, 170 North Main Street.
Good morning. For Safeways, Janine Heiner, 941 Robin Hood Lane here in Memphis.
Thank you. Chief Carter, did you want to
Don Crow, Memphis Police Department, 170 North Main.
Before you all start, I just want to thank you for being here. I'm very interested in this program. There is a Safeway property in my district that I've seen the tremendous change in it, and I just want to, see how we're scaling this program up, what the measurables have been or deliverables have been, and what the plan is, and if you could just kind of share briefly about it for the public as well. We want to please know for the record that Councilwoman Johnson and Councilman Ford are with us today, and Councilman Smiley. All right, go right ahead.
Wonderful. First, I want to thank you, Councilwoman Logan, and this body for the opportunity to come and speak on our program. I've been associated with Safeways for a very long time now. We actually had our 10-year anniversary back in March. And this is the first opportunity that I've had to address City Council and let you know about the good work that we've been doing, so I really appreciate it. This group has had my presentation for a month now. It's not terribly long. Do you want me to run through it, or would you like to just pose questions?
I would like for you to run through it,
All right.
and because the public is listening as well.
All
They
right.
need to know what it's about, what it is, because I've spoken with people that live in apartments, get calls all the time. There are a lot of them in my district, and some people aren't aware of what Safeways is. Even the apartment management, they're not familiar with it. So if
Yeah.
you could go through it, I'd greatly appreciate it.
Awesome. Well, no, and I appreciate the opportunity to do so. And the way I've organized my presentation was based on council staff's request to us to present on operations, effectiveness, budget, and personnel. You should know that Safeways is a 501c3 nonprofit organization, and our stated mission is to improve the safety and quality of life in Memphis and Shelby County apartment communities. That does extend out to the larger community with some of the work that we do, but our focus is on apartments. We began this program in 2011 as a collaboration between the University of Memphis Center for Community Building and Neighborhood Action, Dr. Phyllis Betts, and the Center for Community Criminology and Research, which was headed by Dr. Richard Janikowski, who you all may know as the father of Blue Cross here in Memphis. Local government was also involved. We had participation with the Memphis Police Department at the time under the leadership of Tony Armstrong, and that has continued to this day. We also had the participation of the Shelby County District Attorney General's Office. Amy Wyrick was heavily involved in the formation of Safeways, but what really kind of propelled us forward was the involvement of 3 large local property management companies, including Alco Management, Ledick Management, that's now known as Involve Property Management, and Mikowski, Ringel, and Greenberg. So we formally launched as an independent nonprofit corp in 2013, and we had only 13 Safeways certified properties at that time. Now we actively serve 52 properties with nearly 9,000 units and over 15,000 residents. So, and you have a chart that shows how properties are categorized within that. We have different levels of services. So how does this program actually work? The crime prevention and reduction methods that we use are 3 primary components. The first is information and data analysis, the second being engagement, and the final one being crime prevention through environmental design, which I shorthand as CEPTED because it's a mouthful, and you'll hear me say that a few times. In terms of information, our client properties receive timely, specific information concerning crimes that have occurred on their properties. Weekly, they receive notifications concerning calls for service, police reports taken, and arrest made on the property. This is going to include the date, time, location, and reason for the report or call. And also, when an arrest is made, we'll provide the date, time, location, and from public records, if they're available, a mugshot of the individual and details from the arrest affidavit. This is independent research that we do separate from anything that's provided by the police department. Monthly, we provide statistical reporting so that properties can track their progress over time and we can compare properties to other groups of properties. This includes domestic violence assaults, other violent crimes, homicide, rape, robbery, aggravated, simple assaults, trespassing, major property crimes, that's burglary, theft, and motor vehicle theft, drug crimes, vandalisms, and weapons offenses. And we provide everybody with year-over-year comparisons subject to availability of data, and we'll get into that, I'm sure, in the questions. Any client properties that we identify problems in receive further analysis and support. And our staff also supports MPD by ensuring that the appropriate personnel receive relevant video footage for any incidents that take place on a Safeways property that has video surveillance, any intelligence provided by community members to us or observed by our staff, we're trained observers, and any shell casings or other evidence of criminal activity that we locate in the course of our duties. We see stolen property, we see a car that's obviously stolen, we're gonna report that. So that's the information piece, and we provide more timely, actionable information than property managers can otherwise easily access. We deliver it directly to them. Did you have a question before I proceed?
I do. I have a question about that. When they become a Safeway property, do they have to agree that they're going to do something with that information, or are you just giving it to them for their knowledge sake?
We provide information to them for their knowledge sake. I'm trained as a lawyer. I'm not licensed to practice law here in the state of Tennessee, okay? California license. Under common law, property owners have a duty to take reasonable care under the circumstances. So if they know they're having things take place on their property, they've got an obligation to do something to change that if they can, if it's reasonable. Our position is actually that property owners have a duty to know what's happening on their property, and what we're trying to do with this information delivery piece is to give them that information so that they can be good actors and do the things that are required to improve safety on their properties.
Have any of the ones that are in Memphis out of the 52, how has that information helped them or improved their property as a form of your measurement?
Oftentimes they will learn about things that have happened on the property that they would not otherwise have known. because events will take place when management's not on the property, and other tenants don't always tell them everything that has taken place. A lot of times they'll find out through the arrest affidavit information that we provide that there's somebody living on the property who's not on the lease, has never been subject to tenant screening, and maybe shouldn't even be there in the first place. Or they find out that somebody has committed a serious lease violation and that needs to be addressed. Sometimes it's learning that there's a tenant that is in need of additional support or resources, and we can help direct them to those, such as the Family Safety Center or other services.
I'm sorry, he had his hand up.
To the mic.
My name is Pierce.
You would have to come up here and give your name and address.
Scott Pierce Ledbetter. Home address is 395 Goodwin Street. And I raise my hand as I am a customer of Safeways with many properties, and I'm curious which one you live close to that you referenced earlier.
Now, which one are you?
Athletic Management Group. We have many properties in the program. and
Okay.
have-
Choices is in my district.
Okay. So,
Choice, no.
Raleigh
The
Coves at Yale.
Yeah, the
So-
coves.
So
the
Coves at Yale, just to address that one specifically. As property managers, we're pretty dumb when we don't have data. We work 9 to 5, we collect rent, and when things happen at night, unless there's property crime, door broken in, whatever, we don't find out. Safeways informed us at Coves at Yale how much crime was happening to the south through that fence that goes to the school. There was no way for us physically to be able to fence in the whole property because there's a city street that divides the property. So the only way for us to gate it and have information was through cameras. And through the precinct and the data that we received, we were able to have an affidavit signed by every resident living at the property that they would register all their guests at the property. And that allowed enforcement of the anti-trespass, but for Safeways and telling us that, we weren't able to do that. So it's a big stick that we can use the other laws to be able to enforce. And it's an alphabet soup here in this city, a lot of great folks trying to do a lot of things, but navigating that without Safeways as a property owner or a manager of the property close to yours was very difficult. And I have a graph I could send you afterwards of the calls for service and the number at the beginning and the decline. It was about an 80% decrease in crime calls for service over a 12-month period.
Okay, thank you for that information.
Now, but in terms of, the effectiveness of that information, I just want to make clear that, it's not Safeway's goal to get tenants in trouble with their landlords. That's not what it's about. It's about making sure everybody that's on the property is safe and protected.
Absolutely. Councilor Smiley, you have a
So I'm just trying to make sure I understand how this program, this organization works. Memphis Police Department provides you all information.
Correct.
You all provide the information to the property managers.
The property manager or owner.
Or
Correct.
owner. Okay, so what I'm trying to figure out is, so I'm assuming the property manager or owner, they opt into, so just walk me through the process of opting into or using you all's service. Say I own 2 or 3 apartment complexes in 38114. So
Sure, absolutely. And unfortunately, you can't just opt into Safeways because we have operating expenses that need to be paid, which is one of the reasons why I'm here today.
Oh,
right?
you're asking us for money.
Yeah, right.
Okay.
So, assuming that the property owner or manager has the funds to pay our fees, which we keep low because we're a 501c3, we
We'll
really
get back
just
to the
cover our
fees in a
costs.
minute.
We do an initial assessment of the property. That's a full physical walking assessment of the total exterior of the property, evaluating the total environment. That's property condition and other things, evidence of things that are happening on the property, vulnerabilities, deferred maintenance, other safety issues. For instance, you remember the walkways that collapsed at Pepper Tree. I told them to have those inspected in 2005.
So say,
Okay, so-
I'm scared to ask that question, but keep going.
Yeah, so, yeah, that's a whole separate conversation, but it's a complete evaluation of the environment. Then we come back at night and actually walk all the areas where human beings would be expected to be at night and actually measure the lighting, not, oh, the lighting looks okay. We actually measure that and we compare that to the Illumination Engineering Society standards for the area of the property that we're in. Is it an entryway? Is it a breezeway? Is it the garbage area? Is it the mail center? There are published standards. And in Memphis, we don't adhere to any of that. I've never found, well, that's not true. I found one property that was appropriately lit, and it was shocking. So we go and we do that evaluation. We produce an extensive report, and we produce a list of certification requirements for that property should they elect to be certified. Our general certification requirements are listed on our website, but every property is different, and every property might have to have different things, depending on what's going on around them, the demographics, et cetera, and we evaluate that total environment, the neighborhood as well. We sit down and we have a conversation with the owner/manager or both, and lay out what we recommend, what we would require. There's a discussion that takes place, whether they want to pursue certification. We negotiate a timetable for implementing the things that need to be implemented. And then depending on the service level that they elect, we commence providing services. So that includes getting this information emailed to them, but then also either quarterly or monthly site visits where we keep track of what they have implemented. Are there any changes to the physical environment? Do we see different things taking place? Are the criminals adapting to the interventions that we've put in place that we also need to adjust? And quarterly night visits where we report on what's going on at night and also give them a full lighting report so they can correct all of that.
So I guess my next question is, one, I want to hear about your fees, because there's several apartment complexes throughout the city of Memphis who seems like they could benefit from your program. So
A lot.
So I want to hear more about your fees and also about, what is the process for, I guess, an apartment owner or landlord to reach out to you to say, hey, we have some particular issues. There's been, prevalent crime throughout our facility. We'd love for you all to come help us.
Well, as far as getting in touch with Safeways, it is not hard. If you Google Safeways in Memphis, you'll find my personal cell phone number all over the place. But we have a website that we can be contacted through. We have Facebook that we can be contacted through. So we're not hard to find. In terms of our fees, and again, we do an extensive analysis of our fees annually so that we can make sure that we're covering our costs, but we want to make what we do accessible. And that's the biggest problem that we've had in a city like Memphis, where we really don't do a good job of holding landlords accountable, which is why we have people coming from all over the world to buy properties here.
Only the state legislator loved us.
Yes, exactly. In terms of the fees, and we just had to raise them because, as you were talking about, Finance Committee.
But, excuse me, before you go into the fees, I wanted you to touch on, and we'll come to the fees when you touch on the engagement piece.
Okay.
I'm interested in engagement piece because that it kind of expands and unpacks how you do what you do or how it's effective, and that's important for apartment owners or managers that may be listening to see that you all have a hands-on way of engagement. So if you could talk about that engagement piece, I'd appreciate it.
And that actually impacts the entire community. And the reason we're doing what we're doing, we work directly with the owners and the managers, but we're there for the people that live in the property.
Right.
Okay? So we promote and support engagement between the residents, the management, law enforcement, and site security. We all have to work together and be a community. And the way that we do that, well, let me also point out, we'll call in violence interrupters where it's appropriate, and we've done that, and the 911 Block Squad has been great. There's other resources and partners available as well that we've utilized. But we encourage our client properties to participate in the neighborhood watch meetings and their precincts apartment manager meetings, which our staff tries to attend. A lot of them are scheduled at the same time, and we're shorthanded, so that can be difficult for us. But our properties are required to have management participate in those meetings and to have neighborhood watch or community safety meetings. And I'll be honest with you, during COVID, all of that had fallen off. All of that is scaling back up. And, learning about Zoom has actually made all of that a lot easier for us. So that's really how the engagement piece works. And what we find as we work on a property and residents get to know who we are, and they start asking, who are you and what are you doing? They start telling us things, right? And they start communicating their needs. And we can start building relationships between residents who really want to stay off management's radar for a lot of reasons, just because of experience with systems and administration, right, in a lot of communities. Instead, getting them communicating and working together. And what we have noticed is that people that feel safer actually act safer. And what I mean by that is they're more willing to engage with one another. They're more willing to spend time utilizing the amenities on the property. They get to know who their neighbors are. And ultimately, that compounds to lead to a safer experience. But the real crux of what we do and the real expertise that Safeways has to bring, and the thing that we really need to expand throughout Memphis and Shelby County, and not just in apartments, is this thing called crime prevention through environmental design, or CPTED. That's the main tool that we use, okay? Just Google it, CPTED, C-P-T-E-D. It's an internationally recognized crime prevention reduction practice. It is adopted by the U.S. Department of Justice, every branch of our military, municipal governments throughout the world. It is highly effective. It's been around since the 1970s. And what CPTED does is use the environment to influence and manage human behavior. It's not just target hardening. It's target hardening with a psychological twist. How am I going to manage this environment to communicate an enhanced risk of apprehension, detection and apprehension to an offender who might decide, I'll go commit a crime somewhere else? CPTED has been proven to reduce both the incidence of crime and the fear of crime. And fear of crime and the trauma that our citizens suffer on a daily basis are something we really need to get a handle on. Our field staff are all certified in the application of CPTED by the National Institute of Crime Prevention. We don't send anybody out in the field that doesn't have a strong footing in that. That's a primary thing that we do. So as far as our results go, when it comes to data, we had been receiving data from the Memphis Police Department for years. As you know, the department is extremely data-driven. We have a really sophisticated data-driven policing program here, and did before Chief Davis arrived, but Chief Davis has really taken things to another level. But in order to do that, there had to be some changes, and we did not have regular access to the statistical data for a period of about 2 months, which is why you're not looking at current data in my presentation. That's been restored. I actually have current data that I'm going through now. We're going to go through and update all of our stats, but I just got that on Friday, and honestly, I have not had time to digest it. So the data that you're going to look at here is through the end of 2023, okay? What we have found is that properties that remain in compliance with our certification requirements experience significantly reduced crime, and that leads to better quality of life for residents, but it also leads to better asset performance and more money for the property owners. Cheaper insurance, increased occupancy, reduced turnover, and those are dollars. So this is the Autumn Ridge Apartments, and that's in Council District 3, right next to a school. And you can see to the right of the property that's circled in red is a huge apartment complex, about 600 units. And just across Ridgeway from there is the police department, Ridgeway Police Department. So you can see at Autumn Ridge, they have had a significant reduction since certification in major crimes, 27%. Now I want to point out, Autumn Ridge is the blue line, and all the other properties in Ward 24 are the red line. And you'll see a couple of spots where that blue line heads up, and we don't want to see it go in that direction. These are periods of non-compliance. And this typically takes place when a property changes hands. And we got a new owner and a new manager who have no idea what Safeways and Septet is, and we have to train them all over again and what they need to do. So we'll get them back into compliance. Here's an example in Council District 3, Ellington and Kirby. And again, it's outlined in red, and you can see it's surrounded by apartment complexes. And all of those complexes it's surrounded by actually have vehicle gates, right, completely. Ellington can't even have a vehicle gate because of the way that it's laid out, yet when they've implemented our Safeway certifications, they've seen crime go down at their property since certification by 29%. The non-certified properties in the same ward have only seen a decrease of 3% over the same period.
So would it be your observation or information that all of the properties that are part of your program and they comply, they've seen a decrease in crime? And I also would like for Chief Davis, if you would speak to that as well.
Absolutely. I mean, there are some things that Septed can't prevent, right? But when a property stays in compliance with what Safeways recommends and requires for them, there is a significantly reduced risk of crime taking place on the property, and the stats will bear us out. Chief?
Absolutely. Chief Davis.
So everything that Janine has gone over has been what we basically witnessed about those Safeways properties. We have hundreds of property complexes that we would love to be part of a program like Safeways. We have problem sort of properties that have increases in prevalent crime, whether it's auto thefts, recoveries, and so on. So recently we partnered with the Crime Commission to have a luncheon and invite all of the other property owners with Safeways so that we could get everybody in the room to really just sort of allow Safeways to talk about. We don't sell Safeways, but we do know that the concepts of community policing through environmental design or crime prevention policing through environmental design, SEPTED, is a concept that does work. If you change the environment, you change opportunities for not just for apartment complexes, but also for businesses, lighting, overgrowth, and all of the things that create a target-rich environment for crime. Safeways packages it, they sell it to apartment complexes. But what we did is we gave them a list of apartment complexes that we would like to see a part of the Safeways. We feel like we want to be fiscally prudent with the dollars that we're spending, and they have been very willing to take that list and go out to those apartments as well to try to recruit different apartment. Of course, it's voluntary for the apartment owners, and they have to, take into consideration the investment in being a part of the program as well.
Okay, thank you for that. I'm gonna open up, and we do have your colleagues on page 7. They do provide their revenues and their 2023 budget. You did mention that there was a request.
Seems like 100K.
Yes.
Is there anything different than what we've done in the past? Is this an increase, or is this the same thing we've done in the last fiscal year?
It actually, I'm sorry, Chief.
Chief Davis,
I think it's consistent. It's consistent with previous, but this is an increased request, if I remember correctly.
Actually,
is it the same?
We had annually received $150,000 from the Memphis Police Department pre-COVID.
My program's mixed up.
Yeah, I know. You have so many.
Because we contribute to. So this was a decrease. However, Safeways continues, to work on our behalf, and it was only because of, the availability of funding and making decisions as it relates to what we can and cannot do. But what we're constantly doing is having conversations with Janine to talk about what new properties are coming on. Like, what was the name of the...
Before you go to that, if we're seeing a reduction in crime in these, and it's sustained, and there's better relations, and the properties are improved, would that not be, because of all the apartment complexes that we have and the state that they're in and what happens there, wouldn't that be a priority in terms of funding for, or assistance or whatever your collaboration or whatever the partnership is? What are your thoughts about strengthening that moving forward.
Absolutely, and I think it really encourages Safeways to be even more. And of course, Janita's done great as she's returned to Safeway to sit down and listen to what it is that we need and to identify those properties. And as we bring on more properties, I think it would certainly be worth us funding, more because their work is expanding. And, and I think that has been more of the conversation. Instead of some of the properties they have no problems. And we believe it might be because of the work that Safeways, has contributed to those properties. But we do have some properties that we consistently have problems with, and they're working to add those properties on too, instead of us just keeping the same numbers of properties that are doing well, but they are working really closely. And that was why we had that meeting, so that we could try to encourage other properties, especially the ones that we're having problems with, to be a part of this program.
So in order for them to expand, or in order for them to add on those properties that you have sent them, what has to happen?
I'll let Janine talk about
Okay,
that.
Janine.
Yes, thank you. There are a couple of things. There are a couple of things that need to happen. First, my organization needs to have the capacity to serve those properties. Some of the properties that we're talking about are going to be very heavy lifts, very labor intensive in the beginning, requiring a lot of visits to the site, a lot of education to the property management and to the property maintenance, and outreach to the tenants. But the problem is the owner has to be willing to make that investment in procuring our services, and they have to be willing to undertake the things that we recommend. And the problem is there is no accountability. What are the consequences for a property owner that doesn't do anything to improve the high crime level on their property, especially when they're a property owner that's getting, a pilot, for instance.
Oh, wow.
Right?
I sense a little shade.
Okay, so a property that's getting a pilot, you have those properties that have pilots that are on the list that you've sent them?
Oh, absolutely. Now, we have properties that have pilots that are in Safeways. We have properties that have pilots that are in Safeways, and being in Safeways is part of their tenant benefit that they promised to get their pilot. But we have lots of properties that are getting, favorable tax treatment and are just
not
allowing this situation to go on with absolute impunity.
Can we get that? Need to get that list of those properties that are.
Well, I
in that
think the Health
situation.
Ed Board could provide a list
Okay.
of the properties that have pilots. I don't think I'm authorized to disclose that. It is public, that's true. I have a
So-
list, I can send it to you.
What we'll do is, I'm gonna ask you to come back and budget wrap up with what that would look like, upscaling, and we'll reach out to you, after this, to you all after this to, talk specifics, but we would like for you to come back during budget wrap up so we can, move forward with this, because as you've stated, as we've seen today, this is going to help us in the area of crime prevention, intervention, and, from the looks of the property, it's like a 180-degree turnaround from the one that I've seen. The appearance, the environment, the lighting, and everyone that drives down Yale, they notice it, and it's a marked improvement, and you don't hear all the shots that you used to hear and things like that. So I'm looking forward to it. Councilman Smiley.
Thank you. I have two quick questions. One, I still want to hear about those fees, and two, I want to know if within the police budget, is there any funding dedicated to promoting what seems to be a fantastic organization? So,
In terms of our fees, and like I said, they have just gone up. Basically, the charge is per unit, and there is a minimum because there's
Obviously.
mobilization or whatever. But basically, in terms of the initial inspection of a property is, I believe, $12 per unit. And that's for the day and the night inspection, the full assessment, the, crime history, all of that initial report.
So the initial fee is $12 per unit. So that's for the initial inspection.
Correct.
And then after the initial inspection,
If they're coming into the Safeway certification program with monthly site visits, then it's $30 per unit per year, paid annually in advance.
In advance?
I have to be able to hire staff to service the property. I can't, if they decide in March that they're in and they decide in April that they're out, now I have to lay somebody off. I won't do that.
okay. And then Chief Davis.
Absolutely. I think that there's great opportunity to expand, and I think we have just really been working with Safeway so that we can go beyond the current group of apartments that have been under the Safeway umbrella for some time. I know they are gradually adding on other properties, but I think it might be an opportunity for Janine and I to sit down and talk about how do we get these other properties, is it something that we can do as a department or a city to encourage other properties to say, yes, they want to be a part of this so that the monies that we are spending are being spent in the areas that we need them to. But it is a great program. We just have to have the owners to agree. And when the owners don't agree, I think it was Pepper Tree we worked on for a long time. Did we finally get Pepper Tree? Ish. Yeah.
So
Okay.
I guess my I know Councilman Jones in the queue. So I guess my thing is, since we're talking about impact, it seems like this organization is making impact, and we're already supplementing their budget. It seems like what I would like to see going forward is if we have any property owners who have interest in this particular program but aren't able to pay the cost, maybe there's a way that as council we have what we call the council impact fund. Maybe there's a way that the council can help supplement potential participation in the Safe Ways program. Assuming that they would agree to participate longer than 1 year. I mean, if our goal in the city of Memphis, I think everybody stated a lot of times, is to drive down crime, seems like we should be all hands on deck. We've done it with GVille, we've done it with 911 Block Squad. Seems to be that what would be inevitably would flow from that is another approach to addressing the same thing which is a significant reduction in crime. I think that's what we all want.
Mm-hmm.
So I would love to figure out what that looks like. Haven't thought it through. This is my first time hearing about the program. That's why I asked Chief Davis, what are we doing and what do we have in our budget to promote this program?
And
Numbers.
they're in the budget,
and
right?
to go with Councilman Jones always says, if we can't measure it,
We
can't manage it.
operationalize it. That's for
Thank
sure.
you. Councilman John?
Thank you. I was in our chambers when I overheard the conversation about properties that receive pilots.
Mm-hmm.
Do we? I think, colleagues, we need to present a resolution to make
Absolutely.
it mandatory.
Absolutely.
Maybe if they
Right.
if there's a certain amount of crime in that particular area, once we, set some
Right.
type of bar.
Absolutely.
But it should not be optional if an organization, these things together, whatever that crime rate is, and you're receiving the pilot, it should be
Mandatory.
automatic. So it makes no sense for us to be addressing this and it's optional. Now, going back to you, Councilman Smiley, I don't agree with necessarily subsidized, because somebody who's renting this, they're doing so for profit. Now, if we're talking, and even if we're talking a nonprofit doesn't mean that just means they don't pay taxes. That doesn't mean that they are not profitable. So once we hit, I think we need to have, especially for the pilots, once we hit, I don't know what that measure is. I will leave it up to MPD, the other experts in this area. Once we see a number of incidents, calls per month, whatever the case may be, bam, you're mandatory to do this. That's for the pilots, but for those that are not in compliance, I think there needs to be teeth somewhat in saying, okay, well, here's what you have to do along those lines in order to address this issue.
And that's something we need you to bring back when you come, and that, when we get that list, we'll be able to tell. But we definitely want to see that. I want to see every apartment complex in it, but, we'll have to take that one step at a time.
I do too. When is the budget wrap-up process that you're talking about? Because I'm planning to be out of the state at the end of this month.
Well, we can get that.
2 weeks.
Yeah.
So we could
Within the-
potentially get the information from you.
And get it to us,
And get
yes.
it to
Okay.
council.
Okay, and we'll get with you
Yeah.
after this meeting, and fine tune, the staff will get with you and fine tune all of that information.
Very good. And I'm sorry, you make your point.
I was just gonna ask, is that $12 per unit for any apartment complex?
Well, there is a minimum, and I can't recall what it is, because it's just recently changed, but it's basically a mobilization fee. I mean, there's a cost involved with sending a team
Absolutely.
out to cover the minimum. But while I have this soapbox for the first time in a decade, I just want to say,
Excuse me, before you go on, I need to get Councilwoman Johnson in.
Thank
She
you,
had her
but
hand up.
I think the chief was going in my directions because I was trying to get clarity on the cost. And you also mentioned $30. Was that $30 a year or $30 a month?
that's $30 per unit per year.
Okay.
For the full level, highest level of service Safeways program. We have some other programs that are cost a little bit less. You don't get as many site visits. A really devoted and committed manager can make that work, but really all properties need the full attention. Crime prevention is key. That's why I'm doing what I'm doing. But me personally, I just want to say it's about the crime prevention, but it's about the kids that are growing up on these properties. And that is the thing that we are not going to be able to measure in the future, but we know what adverse childhood experiences do to people. And this presents us an opportunity to change that.
What would you think is the main reason people won't participate? I'm looking at the cost. It seems to be minimum, like $9,000 for a unit. But are your recommendation extremely high for whatever corrective measures you want them to make?
I think there are several hesitancies. First of all, property management is a business, right? And when a property owner goes to buy a piece of property, they run all the numbers on the front end, right? And they're worried about their cap rate, and they already have an idea of what improvements they want to make on the property and what their financial plan is for the whole period of time that they own it.
Okay.
Now, maybe they're from Salt Lake City and they have no idea what Memphis is and they don't know what they're getting into. So now they own this property and they're having all these crime problems, and now they have to make some investments they weren't planning on. They don't want to do that. They're going to resist it to as much as they can. They certainly haven't budgeted for fees for Safeways. And then they have this fear that somebody's going to be in here looking at my property. And, what if they call code enforcement or things of that nature, right? And so it kind of puts me and my staff in between a rock and a hard place sometimes. Our policy is we don't report our clients to code enforcement the first time.
Depending on what the
There has to
circumstance.
be a period of time to repair things, right? But there's a lot of hesitancy there. They really don't want somebody going over their operation with a fine-tooth comb. There's some that go, we don't want you to tell us how to run our business. And my response to that is, I'm not telling you how to run your business. I'm telling you what makes a safe property, But that's the problem. Landlording is a business, and that's the dollars are what they're always going to be looking at.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
All right, thank you. Anyone else? Councilman Carlisle?
Yeah, sorry, I've been in the back listening, and I sent a text. So yes, all these are Memphis Health and Ed Board, which is a very unique organization. They're all typically low income. Some are nonprofit, some are for profit. I would almost be willing to bet you to, and I hadn't looked, but I'm going to wing it here and say over 70%, if not 80%, are out of town investors, which is not a problem. It's to the point they are unfamiliar with the marketplace. They are looking for low cost entry. They'll sell a property in a marketplace like New Jersey. They'll place funds in a marketplace like Memphis. They're typically in low income areas, and obviously they seek these pilots. I suggest to the council that they work with, I think Charles and Corbin Carpenter are counsel for the Memphis Health and Ed Board. The only thing that I'll push back on is yes, the margins are considered, much like we saw with HCD having to deal with Pepper Tree. What did Global Foundation have before? Global Ministries Foundation had two other, Tulane and what was it, Bourne? Goodwill, yeah. So the problem is that their returns come on the typical deferral of a 1030, which means they're deferring taxes, they got to hold the property. And then obviously a lot of voucher programs are fixed incomes. And so they don't want to put a nickel back in that they are not required to do so because obviously it hurts their returns. That being said, they do receive significant abatements on properties that are already stabilized, meaning it's much different than what you see at the DMC or Edge when you're developing and you don't know what you're going to get for rent and you don't know what your financing. You have some general idea, but they need to do a better job of underwriting their capital investment on the front end instead of presenting a very bleak picture. And then also that ongoing premise. So I don't know how much purview we do have over the Health and Ed Board, but I know that I'm sure with enough conversation between this body and that body that we can come to some meaningful resolution. But it's a wildly unique and very under the radar tax abating body that also can issue bonds, by the way, for what it's worth. I don't want to you don't want to, I guess I'll say it this way. You don't want to incentivize bad property owners, poor property owners, or like you don't want to incentivize bad development. But I will say without the proper mechanism, ultimately, even if it stinks to incentivize somebody that may not be a good partner, if the ultimate benefit can help the tenant, we need to look at those options. And I think those are some of the things in the business world and even the political world that are tough pills to swallow. And we just have to figure out ways and opportunities in which we can do that. And I think mandating it and certain requirements, but we also have to be able to staff the ability to do it. So happy to help with that. I heard it in the back and wanted to be very clear about the world in which these low income and moderate income apartment operators and investors operate is difficult. And I will tell you that in my personal experience with some of them, they are not, some are great. Some are, to say painful would be the nicest way that I can say it. And you won't talk to them, you'll talk to their attorneys, and they'd rather spend $100,000 in attorney's fees fighting you off than set the precedence that they're going to spend that money on the property. And it's a very unfortunate, painful process in a world that people aren't exposed to like you are and Mr. Ledbetter are on a daily basis. Look, they manage over 30-something thousand apartments, but he can't go and spend money without the consent of the owner. So it puts even his management company in a very difficult position at times. So for what that's worth.
Well, thank you, colleagues. This is the reason to have you here so we can begin this conversation, because having safe properties, having safe apartment communities in our community is the priority. And I saw that this was a great opportunity because I've seen the turnaround, and expanding it is what we're interested in. So when you all come back, we'll have, some time to unpack all of this and meet with the boards that we need to and get the information we need to. And when you come back, we want to make certain that we have all the information that's needed to scale up this program. Anybody else? I think that's okay. Thank you so much for your presentation.
Thank you so much for the opportunity to address this body. I appreciate your time and attention.
Absolutely. All right, colleagues. We now have item number 3, update from MPD regarding the Greenlaw Community Center and the Community Outreach Program COPS unit requested by Councilwoman Easter Thomas. Let's see, is this presentation? Oh, okay. Councilwoman Easter Thomas, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair. So this presentation was requested from MPD and the Chief following a very well attended and lively community meeting that we had at Greenlaw Community Center about the proposed juvenile programs that were discussed in committee a while ago, but that are now looking forward to ensuring that there are no detention services being held at Greenlaw Community Center. And the chief also assured that, as with others who were present on that day. So this was a request to just have a level of accountability to us in the public, and that one, we didn't just give lip service and just forget about what we talked about at the community meeting, but to ensure that the activities and such did not reflect any detention services happening at Greenlaw. And so thank you, MPD, for doing this. This is something that we just requested for each council meeting. I don't think that everything has to be, it'll be a long, report each council meeting that we have, but just something that we can have as updates for us, as the community is also wanting that as well. So whatever the report is, and I did have a few questions after, Chair, if you can return to me if any other colleagues don't have questions. But I turn the floor over, and that's just context behind what this presentation is.
All right, thank you. If you would give your name and address, you all will recognize whoever's going to be speaking.
C.J. Davis, Chief of Police, 170 North Main Street. So a lot of conversation about Greenlaw, and just to give some context and some history, we started really looking and talking to Parks and Recreation months and months and months ago about where we could potentially house more of our youth programs, primarily our Police Athletic League that basically had moved from the umbrella of the Memphis Police Department. The Police Athletic League is a critical component of interaction and positive interaction between youth and the police department is still underway. We have a lot of programs that fall under the cops office. That's why I brought Colonel Green, who oversees a myriad of community-related programs, including our youth programs and programs that we have for the elderly as well. So the idea to house our community engagement staff under one umbrella brings them together, provides more oversight, and really more consistency with serving all the communities throughout the city that we currently serve. None of the programs are new programs. These are existing programs. That's why we didn't put anything in the budget to ask for additional money. The General Services team has been very helpful in ensuring that the facility has air conditioning, the roof was fixed, just based on the type of work that they typically do for city facilities anyway. There are currently a few programs that are ongoing right now, and the individual that's there that oversees those programs is got Riley's last name, but he works under Parks and Recreation, who we've spoken to Parks and Recreation, and those programs will continue, but will continue under the umbrella of our team in the COPS operation, so that we don't take anything that's going on in the community now. They have Zumba classes, they have all kinds of educational classes, they do seniors work, but we thought this was an opportunity for us to partner and really enhance the programs that we currently have, and have our commander have better oversight over all the people that serve in the community engagement unit. It is not intended and never has been intended to be a detention facility, and really just kind of moved away from, even entertaining that narrative, because it was never the intent for us in the first place. We have a list, and I can allow Colonel Green to talk a little bit more about, what to expect under her command, those programs that are continuing on right now, but just sort of fragmented in different places.
Good morning. Sandra Green, Colonel Sandra Green, again, 170 North Main. And a pleasure to be here and have an opportunity to speak about some of the programs that we work with. I've worked with some on the staff with some of these programs, and we're planning to have the same things, such as co-drives. I think Councilman Smiley had co-drives, and we were in Fraser way back when, but we worked to partner, and those are some of the things that we would like to also have in this particular area. What we do is it's a three-prong approach that we go in and we ask basically some of the residents, what are some things? Oh, okay, I'm sorry. We like to go into the areas and ask what are some of the possible solutions of persons who live in those areas, and then design some of the similar programs that we do with the COP units, with that particular program, with that area. So some things that would be consistent is, for example, we talk about safety lectures, so we're in the schools. Also, we work with the community centers, the libraries, on talking with youth. We have summer camps that are going, and we assist with summer camps. And I think, I think of the name of the program with the community center that we're working with. We used to call it Friday Night Lights, but they're calling it something else. Family Fun Friday. So we assist them with that as well. But we have Black History Knowledge Bowls. We do have a boxing gym, boxing outside the, also called Outside the Box, so bringing boxing to...
Excuse me, just 1 second. Councilwoman Easter
Thank you,
Thomas
Chair.
wanted clarification.
Thank you, Colonel Green.
Yes, ma'am.
No, I didn't want to cut you off. I just wanted to get an update on the activities happening at Greenlaw since we met at the community meeting. So I know we know the overview of the wealth of activities that you all do and the things you're involved in, but what has happened at Greenlaw specifically since we met in 3 weeks? That's the whole purpose of the ask for the update.
Okay, Mr. Irvins is still performing some of the community events that are there. We, in turn, are still working on some renovations in order for us to be in the community center. But we've talked to residents, and we're looking at some of the responses that they provided with us or to us. With the food, I think there's a food drive that Mr. Irvin spoke of coming up, and we will be assisting with that. So we've gotten with him to see what is going on and then see how we can better incorporate these programs that we're talking about.
So you all as the police department have not had any activity in the community center since those 3 weeks, correct?
No, ma'am.
No, yeah.
Okay.
We basically just put a pause, on some things just so that we could have these conversations, and also to talk more with community members, because we didn't want the community members to have the wrong idea about what the presence of the Memphis Police Department would be at that community center. Really wanted to maintain a positive, attitude in the community, as opposed to them thinking that this was some nefarious attempt to overtake the community. We just thought it was fiscally sound decision to try to, ensure that we have oversight, robust programming, and that our officers aren't scattered about in different places. We plan to continue to utilize, and as you and I spoke, we plan to continue to utilize the Orange Mound location so that we can put our impact officers there to begin to sort of recreate the COAC concept that we have all been talking about. That particular location has been more of an office space. Instead, we wanted to be more of a space where our officers are reaching into the community and engaging with the community as well. So we don't plan to move our folks away from those locations, but still plan to serve the community. But like I said, we put a pause on things so we could have some very strategic thinking about and work with people who had a vested interest to ensure that we didn't do anything that the community opposed.
Go ahead. Oh, you want to hold your question? Okay.
Okay, it's a long list. So
Just
Do
do the
we-
Cliff Note version.
The Cliff Note
Yeah,
version.
and really, I don't think it's probably. I mean,
Right.
She got a long list of.
Okay,
work.
we don't have to go down that list. Councilwoman Easter Thomas, you brought this forward, and she said she has a long list of things that the cops do, but I think your specific question on here was regarding green law, so.
Yes, and then I had some follow-up questions about how best to support that at Greenlaw, that we can go ahead and figure out now. Sooner
Because
than
I
later.
think, Colonel, your presentation is more of an overview of the entire COPS program. So we don't, if, out of respect, we don't have to go through that. We can go straight to Councilwoman Easter Thomas's questions or recommendations and then have that discussion. Councilwoman, go ahead.
I did give anyone, did any other colleagues have a question before I start? I only have
No
a few
one's on
questions.
the queue.
Okay. Thank you, Chair, and thank you all, thank you for that too. So was there any monies in the NPD budget line allocated towards the particular activities that were gonna go on at Greenlaw?
So right now, we have not requested any additional funds. The funds that we currently use for this program are funds that have been budgeted and are budgeted annually for ongoing programs. The other thing is that we get quite a bit of support from outside entities to support our programs with young people. The additional funds that may be available in this particular line item or for this particular account are only positions that might be vacant. We have not increased positions mainly because of our staffing issues throughout the department, and they have been able to manage, thank you. They've been able to manage continuing some of our programs without asking for additional funds. But to your point, the additional, dollars that might be in this particular account are vacant positions that we have not filled.
Okay, and for those vacant positions, were those just for Greenlaw, or were they gonna be spread out between the impact officers? We're gonna go to Orange Mound, or the ones in Hollywood connected to the library?
So our impact officers are already funded, and we're filling those positions. There is flexibility as far as where we put positions under the COPS office, because COPS unit, they service the whole city. So if we need more individuals supporting the programs at Greenlaw, we can utilize, those positions to do that. Right now, Riley Irwin is the only civilian person there that's actually supporting programming, and we would be looking at how we could potentially expand and support those programs and the programs that Colonel Green mentioned.
Okay, and Riley's great, by the way, but I know y'all knew that, and Parks knew that too. So I had spoke with, after the community meeting, I had met a group of residents at Greenlaw who were still wanting to be aware and communicative about Greenlaw plans, and they were really supportive. It was consensus of support of having police presence there. They just wanted to feel like it was still a community aspect to the police being there. And so part of that was, I know that I had asked my colleagues to see if we could add $250,000 to the budget to support community programming at Greenlaw for community organizations who want to do things there, but otherwise can't. However, an issue that came up was that it doesn't have adequate staffing to be able to hold anything there. I won't keep saying his name because I don't want to just keep pushing out there, but the staff who's already there on the civilian side of it for the community center, he's the only one there. He doesn't have a janitor. He doesn't have an assistant. He doesn't have any additional staffing. So he's basically doing everything. And so the community members, the residents, said that, yes, he's willing to, open up the facilities and help us to be in there. When I was there, I think it was basketball going on, but he can't be there 24/7. or if he's sick one day, then it looks like, the center to the community is closed. And so you mentioned flexibility with the vacant positions you have. How can we get some help for him in there so that community orgs and members, whoever in the Greenlaw and Bickford community and Uptown community are able to actually utilize the center for community purposes as they see such with the police presence that's there? What's the flexibility on that to get some help, some staff and help in there?
So we definitely didn't plan to leave Riley out there on his own. We really wanted to just help enhance the programs that he has. But we do see opportunities to reach out to community members. I believe a young lady came in and said in the past that she has coached in that gym before, had to pay for the use of the gym. None of the use of that facility would be, paid for. The whole idea is to open the door so that we can provide more robust programming and a secure and safe environment for programs like hers, coaches and other individuals that might want to utilize the facility. So to your point, council member, there's a lot of flexibility to identify individuals that might want to be a part of that team so that we can further connect between, the police department. It doesn't have to be a police officer doing everything in the facility. It could be, civilian.
Because y'all have other stuff to do.
we have plenty of other stuff to do. But I will reiterate that one of the goals and objectives of the Memphis Police Department is to find as many ways as we can to reach out to our community. I think we have really talked and tried to drive that message home, not just, in the public, but also inside the department. How do you do something besides lock people up? How do you, create a better relationship with our community members? So crime prevention, community engagement is just as important as crime reduction. If we do better on the front end, then we may not have to do as much on the back end. So this is just an effort to do our part in, embracing our community members and creating a safer environment. We're open to any suggestions that you might have on how we further build that program out.
Okay. Are you able to bring, when do we meet next? 27th. Are we able to get something on the 27th, like a basic job description of what that can look like, kind of a timeline for how we can get those flexible positions filled, so we can just go, because it's already almost midsummer. So just to see how we can get some support to him and support to community folks wanting to be able to do more in Greenlaw.
So we can work with HR on what that looks like and see if we can expedite. They have worked with us in sort of reclassifying vacant positions in the past, and that's something that I think that we could work with them on.
Okay, thank you.
27th of June?
27th of June is when we meet next, and I don't know who's HR now, but okay, but you, okay, so we'll be listening out to them for any feedback in the 27th. Hopefully we can get something back on that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Councilman Jones.
Thank
and
you.
then Councilwoman Johnson.
Part of the, and I want to piggyback on something that Councilwoman Easter Thomas talked about, but the individual that's at Greenlaw, that individual is not under MPD. Is that person under Parks?
He's currently under Parks.
Okay. So colleagues, on my way out, I heard some of the comments, particularly Councilman Covett. So what we need to talk about, a youth opportunity fund could address something like this. This is just one individual. Perhaps this fund could go to Parks, because we know that we might have 20, 30 some odd community centers. Only 8 of them or so are going to be occupied this summer. So how I envision this? No, I don't know, but we have people whose full-time job is to say, if we had this to work with, we know that no department came here with an ask. But we know that every department has a need, particularly for our children. So what I see this doing is supplementing that. And, for us not to have all of our community centers fully engaged all summer long, that's on us. That's on us. So based upon the budget that's been presented, that's not in the plans. So this is a step in that direction for when you all are still here, for whomever the next mayor may be, to address the opportunity. Do we have a youth crisis in this city? Yes. Do we have a means right now that we are addressing it? No. That's what the Youth Opportunity Fund is about in the tax increase that I'm proposing, colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Johnson.
Yes, I'm hoping too, Chief Ryan, before we get back and whenever we have this budget meeting, that maybe Nick Walker can come back in and let us know how many of these community centers.
Eden. All the way up to the bus.
He's like, oh my gosh.
Sorry.
Come on down, Director Walker. Give us your name and address and have a couple of questions.
I don't like it when there's this many cops that I'm asking.
Guilty conscience needs no excuse.
Mr. Walker.
Nick Walker, Parks Director, City of Memphis.
Councilwoman Johnson has a question for you.
Questions.
Yes, ma'am.
How many community centers are open this summer?
So right now, the only two that we have offline are Riverview and Geisman. So we have 24 to start with, so there'd be 22 open this summer.
Okay. Out of 22, how many are staff and define staff?
So at most, a community center has 3 full-time employees: a center director, a center assistant director, and a custodian. I think last time I checked, so 90 is our complement for community and senior centers, and I think we're at around 78. So most of them are 2/3 staffed. They're either missing an assistant director or they're missing a custodian.
Are those positions open and posted?
They are. So part of the problem is, and I've told several of y'all this, our community center directors make $48,000 a year. The assistant directors make $42,000 a year. They work 12 to 8 and weekends, and I don't know how many people are lining up around the city to do that. Particularly when the first-year teacher salary at the City of Memphis is somewhere around $56,000. It's not that. What is it? It's way lower than that. Okay, but it's still. I mean, but you have summer off, and you're not working 8 p.m. on Saturdays, and so we have a lot of folks that stay with us for 6 months, and then decide that they can probably get their certification after 1 year of teaching at a charter school or something, and so they go and do that.
Okay. At Greenlaw, what's the staff complement there now?
So Greenlaw was interesting because we got it back from MAM, and we're in the process of adjusting staff. That's part of the reason too, is that we were not in a position, we didn't have complement given to us for that.
Mm-hmm.
So Riley, and I'd have to text and see, but I don't believe there's an assistant there, and I don't believe there's a custodian. I believe we're supplementing with part-time staff.
But Riley's by himself.
Yeah, Riley's by himself. And that's
why
there's
we
2 or 3 that are
recruited him.
like that.
Okay, but your funding for those are already available. You just have not filled.
No,
the
that's
position.
not correct. So there was not complement for Greenlaw because it had been a managed property. So we did not adjust our complement when we took it back, because we took it back after the start of a fiscal year.
So how are you going to adjust the budget? I see all these move arounds earlier, so y'all didn't move any money?
No, so I'll be
accommodate
honest with you, the
that?
move arounds from earlier are to cover shortages because our part-time salaries were adjusted for COVID and never readjusted.
Mhm.
And so that's to cover the existing personnel that we have to operate summer camps right now. If we were, again, and I don't know where we are on the Greenlaw process, but again, as we were in the process of evaluating what was going on, we said we're going to try to open it 2 or 3 days a week. So we're going to move Riley from another center that's offline. I believe it was a position that was, I believe it was the Geisman position. So we said we're going to take that center director position, we're going to slide it over here, we're going to supplement it with part-time staff and operate it. And around that same time, we started having conversations with MPD about what does a joint partnership look like there.
Okay.
So we never got to the point of a staffing model because at that point the conversations shifted to it being a parks operated facility to an MPD operated facility.
The community centers, are they all open, those 22 open Monday through Saturday?
Yes.
All of them. So we only have this setting maybe for 3 days and they're about only with Greenlaw.
Correct. And it was, again, the idea was we were talking about doing a community services facility where we would have, partners come in and have the opportunity for expungement processes, for job opportunities, for how do I get my kid enrolled in school, things like that. None of the things that we could actually do ourselves, but we would have to find a community services partner. And again, we were in the exploratory phase.
Okay.
And this partnership with MPD seemed like a quicker path to get there than doing it on our own.
Is this the only situation for your community centers where you short money? Are there any others?
Well, and
you
again,
have
I mean, I think it
similar
depends on,
arrangements?
so we have a service level where, again, we have been established at that. If you were to, I would say it's much more like the situation with where we're budgeted for a 17-day cutting cycle. If you were to say, is Audubon Park the only park that you're shorted on? No, I'm shorted at all 162. It's just how we're budgeted. And so the same thing would be true with community centers.
Then to cover this for the rest of the year? Or this
Do we have the
upcoming
funds
year?
to cover Greenlaw Community Center?
Yes.
I think it depends on what it looks like. If we are operating it as a traditional community center, we will need to do some adjustment in order to make that work. If it is a partnership with MPD where they're doing programming inside the facility, I think we have the capacity of making it work.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
All right, thank you. Thank you all for, did you have anything else? Thank you all for the presentation and information. We appreciate it. Is there anything else that needs to come before this? Oh, number 4, item number 4 is going to be rescheduled for the budget wrap-up. So those of you that are here for that, the staff will reach out to you. We're going to reschedule for budget wrap-up. Okay. Thank you. If nothing else, this committee is adjourned. Thank you.
This is the Housing Community Development Committee. Called to order. Get a roll call.
Councilman Jones?
Here.
Councilman Ford?
Present.
Councilwoman Swearingen?
Present.
Councilman Warren?
Present.
Councilwoman Johnson? And Chair Colvett?
I am present. Chair observes a Hey, could we close that door out there? Yeah, if you don't mind. Sorry about that. Okay, let's proceed. Chair observes a quorum. We have three items. First is a resolution amending the FY23 operating budget to increase revenues and expenditures by $351,419.51 in docking fees from American Queen voyages to be spent on the operation of Beale Street Landing Super District, District 6, Super 8, sponsored by the administration.
So moved.
It's moved, properly seconded, and also there's no objection to request for same night minutes. Seeing none. Director Cash, share.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Good to see you. Ashley Cash, Director, Housing and Community Development. I do not have a presentation for my items today. Just going to talk through them. But this is a pass-through from American Docking Fees to Memphis River Parks partnership. We are requesting the same like minutes, and we appreciate the consideration for that so that it can be within this fiscal year, within FY23, when we receive those funds over to River Parks. Essentially, we get the fees, we pass them on to River Parks. This was part of a partnership. That agreement has been finalized with the city of Memphis, and so this should be the last set of revenue that we receive for this purpose.
All right, thank you very much. May I get your home address for the record?
Oh, sure. 110 Plantation Woods Cove, Cordova, Tennessee, 38018.
All right, thank you very much. Is there any questions from the group? Seeing none, I assume you're ready to vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same rights and privileges. Opinion of the chair, it is unanimous. Item number 2 is a resolution to accept the appropriation allocation of the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, HUD, allocation for the Community Project Fund, CPF, made available by the United States Congress for an economic development initiative in the amount of $3 million for the division of HCD Historic Melrose Redevelopment Project, District 4, Super 8, sponsored by the administration, and there is a request for same night minutes.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved by Doc, properly seconded by Council Lady Swearingen Washington. Go ahead and get a presentation, Mr. Cash. Director.
Thank you. So this is for $3 million. These funds were awarded by Congressman Cohen for the redevelopment of Melrose, the old Melrose High School, historic Melrose. Part of the funds will be for phase 1 of the project, which is currently ongoing. That includes the bottom floor, and it will be a library and genealogy center. The balance of the funds, which will be the additional $2 million, those will be dedicated to the senior housing that's going to be on the 2nd and 3rd floor of the project. Like I said, the project is ongoing. Phase 1 is anticipated to be complete November or December, late November, early December of this year. The roof is in progress. If you go over there and see it, you can see a lot of work being done. And the total project right now is about a $16 million project at this time for that phase 1. And we are requesting those funds so that we can apply them to that program.
Thank you, Director Cash. Any questions? Seeing none, I assume you're ready to vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same rights and privileges. Hearing none, it's the opinion of the chair. It's unanimous. Passes. Goes down with positive recommendation, I should say. Item number 3 is a resolution to accept the appropriation and allocation of ERA 2 funding through the Department of Treasury in the amount of $1,380,585.65 for the division of HCD efforts to develop affordable housing response to the pandemic. All council districts, sponsored by the administration.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Doc, seconded by Swearingen Washington. Director Cash, you're up.
So this is actually what we believe to be the final allocation of the Emergency Rental and Utility Assistance Program. If you recall, several months ago, we requested, I think maybe $18 million at one point. We reduced it to $16 million. Both of those requests were denied as Treasury is ramping down that program, but they did award us with $1.3 million in that funding. We have been fortunate to provide a lot of rental assistance to the community. To date, we have provided about rental assistance to 22,000 households, and the total amount was $124 million, which is a lot of money in rental assistance. We are glad and fortunate that we've been able to support so many households, but what we have found is that people are still in need, and there's still a need for permanent affordable housing units. And so as the rules allow, what we are going to do with this last 1.3 is actually apply that to an affordable housing development to create more permanent units that are affordable. Per the rules, they have to meet 30 to 60% or less of the area median income, which are really difficult units to get, and it's what I would consider to be deeply subsidized. It's the standard is 80% or less is technically affordable, but this tranche of money is 30% to 60%. And so that's how we envision applying this 1.3 million. Rental assistance and mortgage assistance is still available for folks who need it through United Housing at this time. And then there are a few eviction assistance programs that are going to come online. The city is still supporting the works in legal work for eviction representation in the courts. And then pretty soon, the works will receive some funding for some eviction assistance. That program is still just being worked out. And so there's still some opportunity for community members who are experiencing hardships around paying their rent and their mortgage. But this amount of funding here is going to be applied to an affordable housing development.
Thank you, Director Cash. Council Lady Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. Quick question. What's the deadline to use that money?
So this is, I believe this one is 2026.
Okay, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Council Lady Johnson. Councilman Ford.
I just got a question to ask. I know you've talked with Ms. Collins.
Yes.
Yeah. I need y'all to do something for this lady. I would need you to talk with the works, United Housing, between you, United Housing, and all these other places that could help someone. She's 80-some years old, I believe. Hey, I think somebody can kind of help her along the way. Each one can do their part. Yet there's money that we give to each one of these people. So, hey, if you put a roof on, the other can put a wall in, and the other can do this. And please try to assist this lady, you know.
Yes,
if
sir.
You can. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilman Ford. No other council members seeking recognition. I assume you're ready to vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, same rights and privileges. Seeing none, in opinion of the chair, it's unanimous. There being no further business, we stand adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you.
Could we please have a roll call?
Councilman Jones?
Here.
Councilman Ford? Councilwoman Swearingen Washington?
Present?
Chair Warren?
I'm also present. I believe we have a quorum. We have two items on our agenda today, council members. Item number one, a resolution approving a management agreement between the city of Memphis through its Division of Parks and Knowledge Quest to manage, operate, and program the former Head Start building at Gaston Community Center District 6, Super District 8, sponsored by administration. Request for same night minutes. Go ahead, Chief Walker.
And I know Councilman Ford, obviously it's in his district, he's familiar with Marlon's organization. For a long period of time, really sort of since the end of the Head Start program in Shelby County Schools, Knowledge Quest has used the facility just to the north of the Gaston Community Center, the old Head Start space. to do community programming, sort of in between the library and the community center. They also use the space on the second floor of the the third floor of the Gaston Community Center for their after school. It's always been through an informal agreement, and so with the reconstruction of Gaston Community Center, we thought it would be better to have a formal management agreement with everybody's roles and responsibilities outlined, but it's just a continuation of the programming Knowledge Quest has already done in the building.
Thank you. Have any questions? It's been moved by Councilman Ford, second by Swearingen Washington. Question, Councilwoman Johnson.
Where's the management agreement?
I believe it was attached with the resolution. I apologize if you don't have it in front of you. I can certainly get you a copy.
That's it. Thank you, sir.
Okay, we'll make sure you have a copy. Any other questions? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Chair is in favor. I believe the ayes have it. That passes. Resolution number 2 is a resolution approving a 25-year lease to the University of Memphis for 4145 Southern Avenue, also known as the Leftwich Tennis Center, District 5, Super District 9, sponsored by administration. Chief?
Sure. When we sent y'all this information, we also attached all the supporting resolutions that have mostly been funding mechanisms for the construction of Leftwich. In exchange for a $7.5 million contribution to the construction of Leftwich, there is a portion and certain hours on certain courts that are being given to the University of Memphis. There is dedicated locker room space for their men's and women's teams, and room for the men's and women's coaches at the facility. And additionally, 4 hours a day, 8 courts, either indoor or outdoor, will be scheduled for practice for the university's men's and women's teams. The lease agreement itself, part of the reason that we're just now bringing it to you is that it had to, because it is a contribution from the University of Memphis, it had to go through the State Building Commission and be signed off on by the Attorney General. Once that approval was given from the state, we brought it to y'all. But this will allow us to then receive the last $7.5 million for construction to finish that facility this summer.
And this is an unusual lease, and that is a completely front-ended lease. Is that correct?
Yes.
So all the money has been paid for this lease on the front end, which I thought was unusual. Do we have any other questions, Commissioner Jones, Councilman Jones?
Thank you. So this is, can you give me a background? Because I know there have been multiple times that we have committed funds to Leftwich.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just looking on my phone here. It looks like, and maybe these things overlap.
They do. If memory serves correct, and granted, this, weirdly, I'm kind of a passenger in this process because it's really been handled by a group of fundraisers. The administration, the Deputy Chief Operating Officer, Dan Springer, has been really the one kind of driving it from an administrative standpoint, and the university have all kind of partnered to oversee the design of this. It started off not significantly smaller, but there was some stuff that we weren't going to be able to afford. And over time, the fundraisers found more money. But it started off with a contribution from the city. And then the bulk of it's about $32 million is the total cost now for this facility. The bulk of that was raised by private donations. Some of those went to the university through their foundation for the tax write-off purposes. And then we accepted those. A large part of it was the city put in a certain dollar amount, and I apologize, I don't have that in front of me, but it was part of the resolution packet that I shared with y'all. And then this last $7.5 million really kind of takes us from $25 million to 32, which allowed the outdoor viewing platforms, some restrooms outdoors, and a couple of other things to happen. But yeah, you would not be alone in kind of. It's been a complex process with starts and stops and different funding, but the gist of it is the city put in a small amount at the beginning. The university is putting in $7.5 million, which will cover their rent for 25 years, and then the bulk of the rest was raised through private donations.
Okay, so I'm looking at a couple of different articles here, and they go back sometime because in 2019, there was both of these are from the Business Journal. 2019, City of Memphis, U of M serve up $19 million Leftwich Tenant Senate makeover. Then so that's August 5th, 2019. May 18th, 2021, City loans Leftwich Tenants Project $10 million. So what would be helpful for all of this is an outflow, inflow, see how the stack of money works, and what is the pressing question, have we received back any of the loan proceeds? How much have gone out? How much we're receiving? How much does this represent? So,
and I believe
that's not included in this particular. But knowing the background, there were different iterations. I would need that in order to make an informed decision. No, because if I add this up, this is 43. If I look at the 2019 figure, 19 million, 2021 figure, 24 million. That's a total of 43 million. What is the city's part? Are we getting our part, our investment back in this?
My understanding is, and again, Chief Springer can definitely walk you through it much better than I can because he's lived and breathed it. But the $10 million bridge loan is being repaid by the donations because, like anybody's donations, some of them are cash up front, some of them are
Pledges,
over the course of 5 years. But the repayment schedule aligns with the city's obligation to repay that $10 million. But again, Dan can take you through the specifics of that.
Okay, can we have that for the next, because that, to me, that's crucial of this, because if we're saying that we're not getting everything that was loaned back in whatever type of schedule, that can have an impact on what this $300,000
Could we
lease rate
possibly
is.
have Mr. Springer meet with Chair Jones
I'm
today,
certain he would be happy to do that.
let's move this forward with the idea that you're going to have your questions answered. If not, bring that back, and we'll, instead of having same night minutes on this, we will just take it straight through. But
Sounds good.
let's vote on it for same night minutes at this time. You bring it back to me. We'll pull it at the meeting if we need to, if your questions are not answered.
Sounds good.
That sound fair?
Well, let's take off the same night minutes because I'm going to have to leave to pick my son up from camp. And so I'm not going to have the flexibility to meet with folks today.
Okay, so we'll just go without same night minutes, and that way we'll get the information to you.
Yeah, thank you.
Is there an issue with that, Mr. Walker?
The only thing that I'll point out is that the $7.5 million, the university, because of state
We're
regulations,
receiving $7.5 million.
they can't cut the check until the mayor is authorized to sign this lease. So I certainly want there to be due diligence. And again, Dan can make himself available, but I have
to call when you're driving. Could you have your conversation on the phone?
I possibly could.
Okay, so if possible, let's keep this the same night minutes because we're getting $7.5 million. So it's always getting money.
If we're due 11 versus this 7.5, it's our right. It's our due.
I understand, but we're not going to put it on same night minutes, and you're going to tell us.
I could tell you that you've already accepted $3.5 million from the university.
Okay.
That it came in a payment of $1 million up front, and then roughly 2 months ago, you accepted another $2.5 million.
So if we could just have a sheet that runs that down, then that's perfectly fine. We don't have to have this conversation. But I just want us to have that type of information. This background information is not part of this lease agreement.
It's not. I will tell you, check your email though. I did send you every resolution where we accepted funds.
Okay, gotcha.
And Dan will give you the spreadsheet.
But is there a accompanying resolution that says, okay, well, this is the money going out? So do those things match up?
I got you. And Dan, we will get you that information shortly.
And like I said, if it can be printed, fine.
We'll get it to you today. Right. Let's go ahead and do that, and we'll take it as same night minutes with the idea we're going to be accepting money. Any other questions? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Ayes have it. We'll move that down with the caveat. Chair Jones is going to be happy by the time we vote tonight. Thank you. And this meeting is now adjourned. No further business? Do you have a question? Okay. We're adjourned.
June 13th meeting of Transportation. Mr. Wilson, would you please call the roll?
Councilwoman Johnson. Councilman Warren.
Present.
And Chair Canale.
Here. Chair observes somewhat of a quorum. Colleagues, we have two items on the agenda today. One, monthly update from MATA, and the second is a discussion by Micah. We have 23 minutes, so I'm going to divide the time. So I'm going to let Micah go first, whoever's presenting. They're aware that the meeting has started.
And they're listening. You hear it in the offices too.
Mr. Arnold, who's leading for you all? Ms. Connors? Okay. You may begin. Please start with your name and address for the record.
My name is Leo Arnold. My name is Leo Arnold, 814 River Park Drive. Is that working? Okay. Leo Arnold, 814 River Park Drive. I'm the co-chair of MICA's Transit Equity Task Force, and with me is Dorothy Connor. You want to introduce yourself?
I'm the co-chair of MICA Transit Task Force, 577 Thomas Street, apartment 103.
So today, each of us, I will make some comments. I'm going to call on Dennis Lynch to make a few comments. Dorothy will follow. Then she will be followed by Renee Bailey, and Sammy Davis, listen to me. Sammy Hunter will conclude our remarks for today. So, all right. And there's Councilman Ford. Thank you very much, Councilman, for inviting us to be here today. We had a delightful visit with him last week. Basically, we want to thank you all for last year voting to put in the restricted pilot, the retiring pilots as a sustainable, renewable source of funding for MATA. We have been working for the last 4 years, and the Bus Riders Union and certainly Citizens for Better Service have been working for a far longer period to insist on better operational performance. You'll hear from our folks on that shortly. We are basically here today to tell you we are having a rally at 3 o'clock. We will be presenting to our friends our two major thrusts right now. One, we are very hopeful that those of you who have come up with supplements to Mayor Strickland's budget and his woefully low transit allocation, we are going to be pushing for $15.4 million in added funds to transit. We need that, and you'll hear why in a moment. Secondly, we're going to be pushing for an accountability task force jointly sponsored, we hope, by city and county officials with community input from our groups and perhaps others who are very concerned about transit. So those are the two things we're pushing for at this stage. It is critical that we fund MATA. It has been defunded over the last 4 generations. When you look at the decline in inflation adjusted dollars, it is pitiful. It's amazing that we even keep the doors going and we keep the buses running, but it's still pitifully bad. So I'm going to call Dennis to talk about who we are, and then Dorothy will start the chain of issues that we'll be sharing with you.
Thank you, Leo. Dennis Lynch, 347 North McLean, Memphis. I'm a leader in the local chapter of the Sierra Club, and the Sierra Club has been working with MICA for 4 years, working for better transit. And we have begun recently, over time, have developed a stronger relationship with the Citizens for Better Service and the Memphis Bus Riders Union, all 4 organizations pushing for better transit. I want to say we emphasize that Memphis and all its residents, businesses, and taxpayers need and deserve an equitable, first-class public transit system, and we need the funding, and we need the many improvements that the others will talk about to make it really what it needs to be. Our elected officials, you, ladies and gentlemen, councilmen and councilwomen, need to know and recognize that there's growing momentum for better transit for a better Memphis. That's our theme. Our four organizations have joined forces as a unified front, but numerous other community organizations support improved transit. Stand for Children, the Moral Budget Committee, the Greater Memphis Chamber, Innovate Memphis, Building Memphis, Memphis for All, the local NAACP chapter branch, and MCIL, the Memphis Center for Independent Living. And I know there are other organizations, and I apologize to them if I left them off this list. My last point is that 4 years ago, City Council and County Commission endorsed the Memphis 3.0 plan, which included the Transit Vision Plan. Last year, City and County approved the first increase in funding to support the Transit Vision Plan. We need to build on last year and not have a zero budget increase as Mayor Strickland had proposed. Our next speaker is Dorothy Connor. Dorothy, go for it.
Our citizens need access to our city. Can you hear me? Okay. Increased funding for MATTR can aid in better access to our city through public transportation. We need more funding. Through major federal grants, we have funds available for new pollution-free electric buses, but we need more operational city funds now to raise starting salaries to attract the needed drivers now and in the next few years to have them ready for Transit Vision, which will shorten wait times with more buses running on the routes. New bus funds would not come from the $15.4 million we're asking. We are asking for increased operational funds. We need more funding, more operational city funds for more drivers and mechanics, more funding for new buses. Our buses are old, breaking down, and need maintenance. More funding to increase bus frequency scheduling times. Passengers wait extended periods of time between buses in extreme weather conditions due to scanty schedules, no-show buses, and breakdowns. More funding to replace bus shelters and bus stop signs. More funding to clean and maintain transit centers and bus stop areas. We need more funding for operational issues as these issues have been ongoing for years. We need these funds, and MATTR should show accountability in putting the money where it is needed and fixing these operational issues. Increased funding for MATTR will lead only to a better transit for a better Memphis. We need it now, a better transit for a better Memphis. Thank you.
Hello, how everybody doing? Yeah, so first of all, so my name is Cynthia Bailey. I am the organizer, co-chair of the Memphis Bus Rider Union. I've been riding the bus for 32 years. I stay at 13 Evergreen, apartment 5. And I'm just gonna make it simple and plain. What I see every day in the community is no show of buses. Not only no show of buses, but the buses just don't pick people up on time. People are waiting consistently in the hot sun, and it is a struggle because people depend and rely on transportation. I hear all kinds of stories daily that I'm at the North End Terminal, and it's no show, you no supervisor down there. You call the complaint line, you get no response, no feedbacks. So it is very important for MATTR to treat their customer accordingly. And we're going to fight to try to get funding for them, but they also have to fight for citizens as well as ridership. Thank you. And I'm going to introduce Sammy Hunter.
Good evening, Council. My name is Sammy Hunter. I'm the co-chair, other co-chair of the Memphis Bus Riders Union. We come to you today for MATTR. We're trying to get $15.4 million for better transit for the bus riders here in Memphis, Tennessee. We want all the bus advocates. We join together because we want to try to make things better for the bus riders here in Memphis. Another thing that we want MATA to have accountability. If we get them this funding and everything, if you all grant them this funding, we want accountability. And another thing we want to add, we want a task force to help MATA to see that they do the right thing about getting us the better service here in Memphis. The riders are going through a lot out here. Me and Ms. Bailey, we on the ground every day. We see this, and it's a constant struggle. It's not pretty when you got a person that's trying to get to work, don't get to work on time. A city of this magnitude needs a better, good transportation system. Because if I was somebody bringing in a company here in Memphis, I would want a better transit system so people can be able to get to work, to get to the grocery store, to get to health care, So right now is that we're trying to get better transit here in the city of Memphis for our bus riders, for anybody that want to ride the bus. We got out-of-town people that come here. They want to be able to get around to get to their destination because they get frustrated too because how the buses run. Again, Council, we want to thank you. We hope that you do the right thing about the bus riders here in Memphis. Thank you.
One last quick closing comment. Johnny Mosley, the founding chair.
Please. So,
Pardon?
microphone, just so the listening viewers can hear. Guess I got to use it too.
Johnny, this is Leo Arnault again. Johnny Mosley, the founding chair of Citizens for Better Services, got delayed. He will be with us at the full city council meeting. And he basically is saying and will say, oh, good. Johnny, just in time. Come on in here. But we're looking forward, thanks to Chairman Jones, to being able to speak at the full council meeting when this subject comes up. Johnny, come on. Chairman, your thoughts. We've just finished everybody else. So tell them your thoughts about first class.
Welcome, Mr. Mosley. You have about 2 minutes.
Okay, we'll make it quick. Johnny Mosley. Just want to take this opportunity to thank the committee for allowing me to be here. I'm chairman of, founding chairman of Citizen for Better Service. And I see my district councilman, Councilmember Ed Ford. Definitely, I always appreciate just being in his presence. Let me just take this opportunity to say that our position is real simple. We're not against the city council finding money for MATA. We think it takes dollar bills to run a first-class public transportation system. But we want to make sure that the city council hold MATA accountable to transforming the system that we have, which is not good, into a system in which people all over this city can be proud whether they ride the buses or not. Public transportation is important in this town. It's important for people to get to work. It's important for people to be able to get to their destinations such as jobs and schools. If we don't have great public transportation in this city, our city will continue to go backwards. We do not need to go back to those days, and I mention those days a lot, when my father, an uneducated garbage man, marched for dignity back in 1968. We don't need to repeat those days. We need to make sure that bus riders in this city are treated with a sense of human dignity and respect. We need to make sure that bus riders in this city know that everybody, especially the Memphis City Council, care about them. And we're asking that the City Council hold MATA accountable. And let me say, as a last result, that in 1993, when I formed Citizen for Better Service, one of the first things that we did was to ask the Memphis City Council to take control over bus fares and bus routes. Because back in that day, things were bad. MATA simply ignored the cry of the bus riders in this city, and something had to be done. And the City Council took that power from MATA for a total of 2 years. But it sent a strong message to the Memphis Area Transit Authority that if you do not treat the least of these in this city with dignity, then we're going to have to do whatever we possibly can to make sure that those folks are treated as first-class citizens. And that's what we've been asking for this city to do for bus riders in this city. And we hope that this Memphis City Council will continue to not just fund the Memphis Area Transit Authority, but to make sure that the bus riders in this city are not treated as though they are psychologically or sociologically inferior. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mosley. Chairman Jones.
Thank you. And welcome, Ms. Mosley. I've heard this term accountability quite a bit, but my question is, what does accountability look like? I asked that question, are we talking about measurables here? We've been presented, colleagues, with a transit vision plan. We know that in order to fully fund the transit vision plan, that figure is north of the amount that's being proposed now. So if we don't provide the funding, even at this level to keep them on par, how can we ask for accountability when we're not providing the resources necessary to do so? So, to me, none of us has to rely upon public transportation to get where we want to go. And so I look at it from the standpoint, just because I don't see it like I can see a pothole being prepared, knowing that since I've been on this council, I've heard about service times, how long it takes somebody to wait. They have to sit at a bus stop for 2 hours. Colleagues, what this funding looks like is instead of it being an hour and a half wait, well, perhaps we can cut it to 45 minutes. I don't know the measures, but I do know that without proper funding, even at a certain level, in order to, with the increased costs, in order to attract and to hire people, in order to maintain the old fleet of buses that we have, we just can't do it based upon keeping things where they are right now, or essentially saying no. But this is, as Mr. Arnold has articulated to me, and the reason that I went from 8 cents to 11 cents, colleagues, is that what has been articulated is the fact that there will be service cuts if they have to cut or if they don't get the 15. Now, how do we hold them accountable? Matter, is it you to basically say, okay, well, because I still am under the impression, colleagues, that 15 million doesn't get us new services. It just keeps us where we are right now. 30 gets us new service. 30 cuts the wait time. But 15 just keeps us where we are right now. So, like I said, we've heard accountability. So I guess I'll ask this from an accountability standpoint. At 15, services won't be cut. But without that 15, we stand the risk of services being cut. I know you're not on here, but colleagues, to me, that's accountability. Services won't be cut if we get them to the level to keep them par. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Micah, for being here. Ms. Malden, Gary, you're up next.
One quick comment. The business community has joined hands with Micah as well. Beverly Robertson from the Chamber. We've been pushing for funding because it's an economic development issue. Every taxpayer will benefit by having workers be able to get to and from their work in a timely fashion.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bakar, who's
Bakar is going to do the presentation, but
Okay.
I just wanted to give a quick answer to Councilman Jones' inquiry. The 15 million that's been quoted, yes, it keeps us going in the right direction. It gets us to the point where we can probably be fully staffed and be able to deliver the services it's scheduled today. The frustration that so much of the public feels is that There's no margin of error in what we do today. If a driver calls in sick, there's a good chance that that run isn't going to get covered because there's not enough people. And some of that is wages, some of that is work rules. And we're in the process of trying to solve some of those problems. I'd also like to thank the Bus Riders Union and Micah and Citizens for Better Service and the Sierra Club and everybody that just spoke. We did not coordinate those comments, and I'm very happy to hear what they had to say. But I agree with you 100%. Accountability is an interesting term. Is it measurables? Is it the level of service? There are ways to deliver that. We present those measurables on a monthly basis to this body, to the county, to the MATA board. There's no doubt that we want to provide more service. The goal of the transit vision is to allow anybody to get from point A to point B within the city in under an hour, just like those of us that use cars and other forms of transportation are able to do. A bus rider should be able to do the same thing. If we get to a fully funded transit vision, we are able to do that. If we keep taking steps, and even though the dedicated expiring pilot program gets us 30 million, it doesn't get us 30 million until 2032. When you apply reasonable inflation to the 30 million that was calculated in 2019, the number needs to be 46 million. So we're working there step by step, but the council may also remember at the joint meeting of the city and county commission a couple weeks ago, we indicated right there the need to move towards a regional transit authority method of delivering service. And that gives us the ability to have a little bit more control over the revenue streams that are needed in order to provide the level of service that the community is demanding, and they have every right to. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Bakara for the monthly report. We'll be available after for any other questions.
Good afternoon, everyone. Bakara Malden, Deputy CEO of the Memphis Area Transit Authority. Happy to be before you this afternoon to present our monthly update. First, I'd like to start by talking about our spring 2023 service updates. We are having public meetings to go out into the community to talk about those updates. Those updates are on the slide before you, and I believe you have a hard copy in your hands as well. The next meeting is scheduled for Wednesday, June 14th at the Pilgrim Rest Baptist Church, and the address and the time is at 6 p.m. That evening. And we'll be covering those and getting feedback from the community about those updates. And we do this regularly, about a minimum of twice a year. But whenever we do it, we do go out to the community so that they are made aware of these updates. And on the next slide, we have our major procurements. We have a lot of capital projects that we are currently in the middle of. And so this list just represents the projects that we are currently involved in, and it has the amount. Really, we have about $500 million with a B dollars in capital projects, which really, as the point was just made, transit is a big part of economic development, and this $500 million in capital projects is economic development. It puts people to work. It enhances the quality of life for the citizens in Memphis. We talk about the labor shortage and the challenges that we've had in terms of employee recruitment, and I'm happy to report that our team in HR has really been challenged to think outside the bus, if you will, to really come up with some unique ways to recruit. And I believe that we're seeing an uptick, and we've hired 239 new employees so far this fiscal year. Now, that's not enough, but that's a start. Because also there's another part of this, which is employee retention. We're getting them in the door, but unfortunately, all of them don't stay with us. It's a competitive market out there. And so while we're doing the best that we can to recruit and retain, that is a part of the challenge that we have when it comes to the labor pool. And then the next slide just talks about it. It does a further breakdown of our labor needs in terms of our various modes and administrative support. We have 101 current vacancies right now in our overall organization. And I think fully staffed, we would be at about 620. We'd be at about 620 employees if we were fully staffed. Our total ridership has increased by 2.34% in this fiscal year compared to FY22. And you see that our ridership is at 292,048 so far for the last month. Our route ridership rankings for the month of May, 42 Crosstown was the highest utilized route within our system. And then we have them ranked, of course, on this chart all the way down to 37 Perkins. And then here's our ridership by mode. It's broken down between, and we have this slide that actually combines our on-demand service as well as Mata Plus, as well as trolley service, and motor bus, which is our fixed route service. We had a big celebration last week. Groove On Demand, which services the downtown medical district areas and New Chicago area, actually crossed the threshold of 100,000 rides. And so we had a small celebration just to commemorate that. And we're experiencing similar success in our Ready program as well. And here's our Ready ridership by zone. We're continuing to just have great response in the Southwest Memphis zone, followed by the North Haven Fraser. And our Cordova zone is steadily building, and it's growing, and the momentum is going in the right direction. Our on-time performance, it's at 59.5 for our fixed route, 79.9 for steel wheel trolley, as well as 95.5 for our demand response, which continues to do really well. In our assessment center, we conducted 543 rider assessment customer interactions. So we're continuing to assess customers for their ability to participate in our Mata Plus program. We're continuing with our DBE program. We continue to have a strong program. We're very active in the community and doing our part to try to get DBEs certified and recertified, and you see the activities that we had during the month of May for that. Customer feedback. We had 39 comments per 100,000 boardings. So there were exactly 112 suggestions and concerns. We received 19 more comments than we had in April. Here are the top 5 feedback categories, of course. Planning, some of them were in planning and scheduling, building and grounds. Some of them were about our fixed route. And so these are our top 5 feedback categories. We added a new illustration that kind of shows, for the month of May, we had a little more than 292,000 rides. Now, out of that, we had 112 comments. So it just kind of puts it in perspective in terms of the number of rides that we have versus the number of comments. Not saying that every comment, whether it is negative or positive, is important, but just want to make sure that we're kind of putting it in perspective in terms of the number of comments that we're getting compared to the number of rides that we have every month. Our Go 901 mobile continues to perform very strongly, and we're continuing to encourage everyone. If you have not downloaded our app, please download our app, because there is an app for that. We're continuing to have strong performance in terms of ticket sales and orders. Our Facebook page is really beginning to gain momentum. We're reaching a lot of people via our Facebook, and you see our media and our ad equivalency numbers as well. Go 901 Transit versus our matatransit.com, and the website use is what you see on this slide. Most people do access our service via the mobile Go 901 Transit, which is good. And we're continuing to encourage people to, again, utilize our app. Our partnership is continuing on with Whole Child Strategies. From the inception of the program, we've had 211 service days, and we've done over 7,000 passengers. And if you recall, this is a program where we go in the Klondike Smoky City area and transport residents to the grocery store, fruit stands, and whatnot, kind of providing assistance to close the gap within that food desert. And so we're looking for other people to partner with for that program. So please, if you all hear of other neighborhoods or other organizations that are doing similar work, we definitely would love to talk to them so that we can expand, because we do have a good track record with this program. And so we love to see this replicated in other neighborhoods. As you all know, we've had Code Orange days, several days, because of the wildfires. In terms of the air quality, has been a problem. I think there was a little confusion in terms of what actually constitutes a Code Orange advisory day for MATA, where fares are normally reduced to 25 cents. We actually have to be alerted by the Shelby County Health Department. They are the ones that give us the official notification. Contrary to, even if the news reports a Code Orange, if we don't get that official notification from the Shelby County Health Department, in our policy, we don't discount the fares. And so whenever we are offering discounted fares, we will put that information out via social media, via the news, and all of that. But I think there was a little confusion about that, so we want to make sure that everybody knows we are definitely staying tuned in and plugged in, and we want to be able to offer that discount whenever it is applicable. We made a trip to Washington, D.C. in the month of May. We had a meeting at the United States Department of Transportation where we met with the Associate Administrator, Christopher Koss. Actually met with us. We were happy to have Councilman Canale with us as well, and we also met with the Deputy Administrator for Paul Kincaid for FTA as well. It's a very good meeting. Opportunity to hear great perspective that the FTA and DOT, they want to fund projects in Memphis. We got to be able to deliver. And so that was a really great meeting. And so we appreciate Councilman Canale for making that trip with us for that. We also partner with the Memphis Shelby County Schools on their career day. And this is just a sample ad that is running in our social media. We're having our career fairs on Thursdays at the MATA headquarters. So please tell any and everyone that you know that's looking not just for a job, but for a career moving in the right direction to come try MATA. So we're having our career fair on Thursdays at our MATA Operations Center. As you know, last summer we received a grant for $52 million, which jumpstarts the process of us building a new operation and maintenance facility. As a part of that process, we have to go out to the community to get feedback and input on where we are thinking about possibly having our headquarters. And so those meetings are taking place. The next meeting is on June 15th at 6 p.m. So please join us. Please encourage your constituents to join us. We want to hear from any and everyone about it. We're excited, and we hope that the rest of the city is excited as well. West Memphis, we're hoping to kick this service off in September, I believe. And so these are the proposed logistics for that service as well. And we are really excited because it's a great way of connecting people in West Memphis to Memphis, as well as connecting Memphians over to West Memphis and vice versa. So this completes our update, and we'll be happy to entertain any questions that you have at this time. And thank you so much for this opportunity.
Thank you, Ms. Malden. Well done. Thank you, Mr. Rosenfeld, for being here. Colleagues, any questions? Okay.
Thank you, Chair. All of the programs sound exciting, but it seems like the biggest concern is still the routes, having to wait for a bus for 2 hours. I don't know, it's just, I just can't fathom that. Because if you wait on a bus or you don't have transportation and you can't get to work, you don't care anything about these programs.
Councilman Gary Rosenfeld, I agree with you. If you're waiting 2 hours for a bus, it's very difficult to try to see anything good out of what Matt is trying to provide. However, these programs are very necessary in order for us to get to the point where we're delivering service that the city and the community can be proud of. We've been talking about 2-hour bus rides for many years now. It's not something new, unfortunately. So just as Councilman Jones indicated, funding for MATA, funding for public transportation has not kept up with inflation over time. As a matter of fact, if you go back even further, if you go back 40 years, the underfunding of public transportation is in the neighborhood of $500 million over the 40-year period. If we had just a fraction of that money to be building on for the future, we would be able to solve problems. But today we find ourselves in a very competitive environment for anybody that has a commercial driver's license, which is what is required for our fixed route service. The school district is hiring, the city is hiring, private companies are hiring, FedEx is hiring. We were the first in line to offer incentives to come to work for MATA. We offered $3,000. It was met immediately by other companies offering $5,000, $10,000, even $15,000. But we can't go in that arena because we don't have that level of funding. Now, transit properties across the country that are independently funded through either sales tax, property tax, or some other funding scheme are able to control that destiny. And they're able to much better deal with the issues that they face from a competitive nature. We want to provide the service. There's contrary to what might be a belief of some, there's not a meeting in the back room at MATA on how we can take away service. The meetings that we have are how do we provide a higher level of service with the resources that are available to us. One of the exciting programs, and it's increasing the ridership, probably responsible for the vast majority of the increase in ridership, is the on-demand program. It is the new norm for public transit across the country. There isn't a transit property in the country that is not experimenting with on-demand services and broadening the services that they offer to communities. And we need to build on that. It's successful here in Memphis. We do need to build on it. We need to hire commercial operators. There is no getting around it, but we're not going to be able to attract them and retain them if we're not at the top of the wage scale or at least close to the top of the wage scale. And currently we're not. And that's unfortunate, and that's where our problem lies.
And we're also in dire need of mechanics as well. Our fleet is aging, and so having qualified professionals to maintain that fleet, it's a critical need as well. And so we are competing, the same people that Mr. Rosenfeld named that we're competing with for operators, that pool is even larger for mechanics. And so those are dire needs that we have. So we have the need to try to bring in more funding to make our jobs more attractive so that we can attract more people. But also the programs are also really important because we don't want people to just see us as that bus company. It's really important that they see us as a valuable part of the community. And so having those community outreach programs are also critical. Probably, if be it not for some of those programs that we have, people probably wouldn't be joining us in advocating for the funding that we so desperately need. So you kind of have to have both, really. But we really, if we could wave a magic wand right now and change the way our service is delivered, please know that wand would have already been waved. And so we really want to make the service better. And we thank you for your...
I just wonder if the shortage of drivers, do you adjust the routes? Because it's unfair to say, well, this is the route, we're going to pick you up at this time and that time, and you already know it's not going to happen.
Councilwoman, I agree if we could. But the process of changing routes is not an overnight process. There are rules and regulations that we have to follow to be in compliance with the FTA funding that we get. So that public outreach to put our service changes in front of the public, that's a process that takes 6 to 12 weeks, depending on the volume. And then the implementation takes another 4 weeks after that. So that's one of the reasons why we can't just go change the routes. And if we were to do a wholesale reroute and say, remove the services that provide the least, there's a good chance that those are the folks that need the services the most. So we can't,
It just seems like at least it would be honest. We don't have the drivers. We don't have the bus. The bus we do have is broken down. So don't expect us to be at Lamar and Bellevue or however at 12 o'clock.
So we do have Omni alerts, and we do put information on our website with regards to that. But unfortunately, in addition to just hiring and retention, there's also this other misnomer out there about absenteeism. I mean, you know, we've got to hire people, we got to keep them, but then they got to come to work too. So say, for instance, it's a route and somebody doesn't show up, and we don't have a person available to fill that route, that ends up being an open run. And so it's kind of a double, triple-edged sword that we're dealing with. So what we are trying to do is actually beef up our methods of communication so that we at least can get the information to our customers so that they know if they have subscribed to Omni Alerts, that they will know what runs are open or when they can expect the next bus to go out.
I just wonder, are we comparing some studies of what other bus companies are doing in other areas? Have we done that?
Councilman, we are intimately involved in the Tennessee Public Transit Association, American Public Transit Association, where these topics are discussed on a regular basis. We share best practices. We bring back what we can to our community to try to integrate those practices where we can, but a lot of them require resources. And the resources that we have, we're managing, the best we can. The resources that we need are on the table before you during this cycle. We want to provide the service, and we have the Omni Alerts. We have the program that's available on our website that is predictive, so it doesn't tell you what the schedule is. It tells you when the next bus will be there. People can get that information, be able to utilize that information, and plan accordingly. The communication is key, and we share that with you folks on a monthly basis. That's one of the reasons why we have all that information about website utilization, so that you can see how many people are actually getting the information on a monthly basis, so that we can have people be successful. Couldn't agree with you more that we need to, when we schedule a bus to be there at 2 in the afternoon, it needs to be there. Couldn't agree with you more, but we need to solve some of these other issues in order for us to be able to say that it's going to be reliable to a standard that we can all be proud of.
Thanks again to Meta, and thank you to Micah. We are adjourned.
It is approximately 1:54. I call the Public Works, Solid Waste, and General Service Committee order. Meredith Keaton, you know what to do.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas. Present. Councilman Ford. Councilwoman Swearingen Washington. Councilman Warren. Present. Chair Smiley.
I think I'm here. We have way too many items on the agenda today. No, I'm serious. We have 10 items on the agenda today. I'm gonna go out of order. I'm gonna call number 8 first. Number 8, resolution to approve a memorandum of understanding, MOU, with Shelby County Government and City of Memphis Division of Solid Waste for the purpose of conducting a regional waste characterization study and solid waste master plan for Shelby County. All council districts sponsored by the administration. We did do a roll call. Yeah, he fell asleep. You didn't say you were here. It's okay. We believe you. Can I get a motion in a second?
Second.
Moved by Ford, seconded by Swearingen Washington.
Good afternoon, everyone. Delicia DeGraff Reed, Support Services Administrator for the Division of Solid Waste.
Address?
1960 North Parkway, Condo 310.
You didn't have to give that address. You could have gave City Hall. It's okay. All right, I'm done. Ready when you're ready.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm here to request the signature on the resolution that will allow the City of Memphis to partner with Shelby County on the characterization study that will allow an evaluation of the actual waste that we have within the City of Memphis and Shelby County. We would contribute $200,000 out of our current budget. Shelby County has went before the county commissioner or the county commission, and they've already signed off on theirs. And it comes with a $250,000 grant, which has already been awarded by the state of Tennessee.
So the $200,000, from my understanding, is already in our budget. I guess we just have to approve it. So quick question, could you just briefly tell us what is this master plan supposed to do other than just, is it studying waste or is it study the efficiency of our solid waste department?
It's gonna be studying the efficiency of waste within Shelby County. What we're doing with our solid waste, everything from recycling to disposal, and what can we do to divert some of that away from the actual landfills.
Absolutely. So, from speaking about where we are in the city of Memphis, we always talk about blight, we talk about trash. It seems like this is a no-brainer.
And it will also help develop or work with the regional solid waste master plan, which will be used both by Shelby County and the City of Memphis going forward.
Any questions? All right. Dr. Warren.
Does it have anything to do with waste from Mississippi?
No, sir, it does not.
They definitely bring it here. A little shade there. It's okay, All right, it appears that all hearts and minds are clear. All those in favor? Aye. More enthusiastic next time. There we go.
Thank you.
Any opposed? All right, independent of the chair, the ayes have it. Thank you so much.
Thanks.
All right, item number 1. Sorry to move you down, but it's okay. Resolution to transfer and appropriate construction funds to sewer emergency repair project number SW23202 for emergency sewer line repairs. All council districts sponsored by the administration. Can I get a motion second? Moved by Warren. Second by Swearingen Washington. Director?
Yes, sir. Good afternoon. Manny Belen with the Division of Engineering. So what is being asked for the sewer emergency repair is to appropriate roughly $10 million in capital pay-go funds used to repair many of the sanitary sewer damages that occurs out in the field. And so with that, we're asking for your approval.
Any questions? Dr. Warren?
How much of that repair is due to MLG and W damage?
I can't answer specifically to that related to any damages caused by MLGW. However, I can say that a majority of the funds that are being appropriated for the work is for the 96-inch sanitary sewer collapse that occurred at the Pigeon industrial area.
Okay, so we had a big sewer collapse in Pigeon industrial area?
Yes, sir. It's a 96-inch pipe that has collapsed, and so we're needing these funds to help offset some of the costs that we would have related to that.
And what caused that collapse? Do we know?
It's just age. It's just the age.
Any other questions? It appears that all hearts and minds are clear. All those in favor? Any opposed? Shout out to Councilwoman Swearingen Washington. It's an opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. All right. Housekeeping item, I believe number 9 wasn't necessarily supposed to be on the agenda, so I'm going to strike number 9 unless someone from the administration tell me I'm mistaken. All right. Item number 2, resolution for additional funds. Request for second year of an existing 3-year contract to transfer and appropriate additional construction funds for project number SW22201, install CIPP, annual 2002 repair and rehab existing damaged sanitary sewer pipes using CIP process at various locations. All council districts sponsored by the administration. Can I get a motion second? Moved by Warren. Second by Swearingen Washington.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon. Again, Manny Belen with the Division of Engineering. One method of repairing many of our underground infrastructure is what we call CIPP, which is a cured in place pipe. That's a method of repair where we don't necessarily have to dig and replace and disturb the surface of the road. So what we're asking for here is an allocation, appropriation of roughly $2.75 million for that effort, specifically in this case for the sanitary sewer. So with that, we ask for your approval.
All right. Any questions? It appears that all hearts and minds are clear. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Just made aware by the administration. For item number 8, there was supposed to be a request for same 9 minutes. Anybody opposed to that? All right. Thank you. Item number 4, resolution to transfer allocated and appropriate construction funds on the construction PW23200 sidewalk repairs. All conditions sponsored by the administration. Can I get a motion second? Moved by Warren, second by Swearingen Washington. We just go down the line, just motion in a second. Director.
Just for clarification, so are we on item 3?
Don't worry about it. I'm moving way too fast.
Okay, so we're on item 4.
We're going to go forward. We're going to go back to 3 because I'm moving too quickly.
Excellent. So item number 4 is what we're asking for is an appropriation of $1 million for our sidewalk repair program. It's $1 million that actually was $500,000 in bond, and there was another $500,000 in transfer in. Council approved for an additional $500,000 in the last CIP budget. So what we're asking for is to appropriate the $1 million, and the intent of that $1 million is twofolds. One is to repair sidewalks along city properties, and then the other is to help us with our sidewalk assistance program. So part of that program comes out of this fund. So with that, we ask for your approval.
Oh, it appears that all hearts and minds are clear. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? It's the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. We're going to go back to item number 3, and Ms. Devon sent me a message, told me I'm reading way too quickly, so I will read much slower this time. Resolution for additional funds request for the second year of an existing 3-year contract to transfer and appropriate additional construction funds for stormwater CIP 2022, project number ST03222, to repair and rehab existing damaged storm drain pipes using CIP process at various locations, all council districts, sponsored by the administration. Can I get a motion and a second? Moved by Dr. Warren, seconded by Councilman Ford. Director.
Thank you, sir. Similar to item number 2, again, this is regarding the CIPP work. This specifically for our drainage or storm water. So it's a cured in place repair process as well. The ask here is to appropriate $500,000, and it is GEO bond funds. So with that, we ask for your approval.
All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right. There's a quick question.
How do people apply for the sidewalk assistance program?
So there's various ways. So we ask that on our city website and the city engineering splash page, we actually have the forms necessary to be filled out for the sidewalk assistance. You can also call our office, and we can direct the citizens to the appropriate individuals that handle that for us. So they can call 636-6700. They can go to the city's website, go under engineering. 6700.
Okay.
And then go to the city's website under engineering, and we have a link in there with the forms necessary for that. And then, of course, we have our 311 service as well. So.
All right. We already voted on this item, and the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. Item number 5, because I was skipping around earlier. Resolution requesting the city of Memphis to transfer its ownership rights and interest in 5 parcels located in District 6 to the Blight Authority of Memphis, Memphis Metropolitan Land Bank Authority. That's a new one. District 6, Super District 8, sponsored by the administration. Can I get a motion and a second? Moved by Warren, seconded by Swearingen, Washington. Can somebody explain to me before we even get started, what is this Memphis Metropolitan Land Bank Authority? I don't know what that is. So
Formerly known as BAM, Blight Authority of Memphis.
Okay. Memphis Metropolitan Land Bank Authority. Okay. All right.
Carlton Osborne, City of Memphis, Real Estate, 125 North Main. Yes, the Blight Authority of Memphis, or the Memphis Metropolitan Land Bank Authority, approached real estate asking for these particular properties for possible affordable housing development, and we agreed at $525 per parcel, and we are asking for your approval.
Any questions for the Memphis Metropolitan Land Bank Authority? I really just wanted to say the name. Councilman Jones?
Are these lots contiguous or they're?
No, they're not.
Gotcha.
So no questions for the Memphis Metropolitan Land Bank Authority? All right. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, it's the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. Item number 6, resolution requesting the approval to sell city-owned property known as 1417 Nicholas Street, Memphis, Tennessee, 38107. What part of the city is that, Councilwoman Misha Thomas? You know, I've been there before, back in the day. Parcel ID number 03901900007, District 7, Super District 8, sponsored by the administration. Can I get a motion? Second moved by Warren. Seconded by Swearingen, Washington. Not the Queen of North Memphis. Mr. Osborne?
This particular property is a City of Memphis tax sale property. We got it back in a tax sale, and Mr. Willie Robinson, apparently his mother and brother lost it in the tax sale, and he would just like to repurchase the property, get it back on the tax rolls, keep it in the family. We ask for your approval.
Any questions? All right. Appears that the hearts and minds are always clear today. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, it's the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. Item number 10. No, because we did 8. Yeah, we did. We did do 7. No, all right. So I'm about to skip that one too. I know why I want to skip that one. Resolution requesting the approval to transfer a 0.22 acre parcel adjacent to Douglas Elementary School to Shelby County Board of Education. We sure you want to do this? Hold on, let me finish. District 7, Super District 8, sponsored by the administration. There's some red words on here, and I believe it's a request for the same 9 minutes.
That's correct.
Okay. Moved by Warren, seconded by Easter Thomas. Explain this to us, Mr. Osborne.
So this is another one of the properties that was decided in the court order to transfer a portion of it over to, subdivide the site and transfer part over to the Shelby County Schools, and the rest will be retained by Parks. So this was a small piece of that parcel that was on the park, but the school building, one of the facilities, was encroaching over onto that particular piece of property. So we kind of divided that piece out, and we'll deed it over to Shelby County Schools. It's 0.22 acres, very small portion of the entire property, and we just ask for your approval to just kind of clean
piece up.
All right. Any questions? All hearts and minds are clear? My mic is not on. All hearts and minds are clear. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? It's the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. And that's it. No, we gotta do 10. Yes. Oh man, I thought we were done. Can't get... She's not helping me very much today. No, I'm struggling without her. I don't know where she is. Item number 10. Resolution to provide grant funding in the amount of $100,000 from the FY23 Stormwater Program operating budget for Clean Water Initiative and environmental book clubs for 2nd and 3rd grade students, all council districts, sponsored by the administration. Can I get a motion in a second? Moved by Warren.
Second.
Okay. Second by Swearingen Washington. And could we please note for the record that the phenomenal, the amazing Councilwoman Cheyenne Johnson is here as well. Floor is yours.
Yes. I'm
Hey,
Joyce
Joy.
Leotis, Deputy Director for Public Works. Sorry. Joyce Leotis, Deputy Director of Public Works, 125 North Main. It's actually, we had it back in November. We had approved $75,000 for Clean Memphis, and this is an additional $25,000 as an amendment for the book club. Director Connect had mentioned it before, and I know Ms. Boscarino with Clean Memphis had presented it probably a few months ago as well. So this is what this is for, just the additional $25,000 to sponsor the book clubs for the 2nd and 3rd grade students.
Doesn't appear to be any questions. Councilwoman Easter Thomas.
I have the books. Yep.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas, you want the books?
I can give you a little.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm sorry, I know you're in a, I can't speak as quickly as you do, but Janet Boscarino.
It's okay. I was told by former staff I need to slow down when I read. So
Janet Boscarino, Executive Director of Clean Memphis. So we do provide environmental education to students in Memphis Shelby County schools around litter abatement, recycling, energy efficiency, a variety of topics. I've got a quick presentation. The thing I want to make sure that you guys are aware of, there's a lot of research that shows that environmental education improves student outcomes. It makes them more civically engaged, better problem solvers, and actually can improve their self-esteem. So we do a lot of hands-on activities for students. I'll skip through to the book club because that's what we're really here about. So 2 years ago, we started working on leaning into literacy so that we could connect better with our 2nd and 3rd grade students because Memphis Shelby County Schools has such a focus on literacy. So we have curated a list of 7 books, and it's the book club for 1st and 2nd grade, goes on all year long. We have guest readers that present the book, and then we have follow-up activities. So we're looking at vocabulary, sight words, and a variety of things, but also each book has an environmental theme. So we're working on, looking at litter, water conservation, energy conservation. And then at the end of the year, we just wrapped up the end of the school year, we do a big book giveaway. So the students actually get to keep the books, and there's a lot of research that for students that have books in their home and their own building their own personal library, they have achieved higher outcomes in life as well. So all of these books are geared towards environmental themes, as you can see.
So does the $25,000 funding, I guess it funds the actual purchase of the books and also some type of program?
Staffing, yes.
Staffing program, okay.
And just to give you an idea, I mean, it's not cheap to run a book because their books are about $100 a student to get the full set of books. And we worked out a lot of deals with different with different book publishers and that kind of thing. But $25,000 we estimate will run 8 book clubs in 2 medium-sized schools. We look at it like school size. Do they have 2 2nd grade, 3rd grade classes, whatever, and about average of 25 schools. And I would say that we have a matching funds from TDOT for this work as well, just so we're not alone in the funding of it.
Pretty cool. Councilwoman.
Okay, are you telling me the total cost of the program was $100,000?
The book club itself is 25. The program that we do overall, so we do in-class programming for K through 8 schools, and we work in about 17 schools. We worked in, there's a variety of schools we work in, but we take a deep approach to working with the students. We're there every other week building on environmental themes. We have 3 certified teachers on staff. They're not just casual teachers. They actually been in the classroom, and so they look at water conservation, the Memphis Sand Aquifer, stormwater pollution, recycling and composting, food waste. And through, like I said, every other week, we are in that same classroom working with the same students, building concepts through time. I would say with our older students, we are doing the in-class programming around litter prevention and the harmful impacts of litter, and then they go and collect, do data collection in their school campus and surrounding streets, identify what the different types of litter and where they think that litter is coming from. And they designed intervention strategies. They decided that the litter was coming from the car line largely. And so they did campaigns for that, for the car line. They worked to install trash receptacles and designed garbage containers for cars that they could give out. So it's really, the work we're doing is to really cultivate the next generation of environmental stewards. So that programming goes on all year long. This is just an additional piece of what we're doing that's focusing on second and third grade, because the key to get into a school is to be connected to all their standards so that you're advancing or adding to what they're already learning and not taking them off course. And second and third grade is focused on literacy.
Are you receiving any funds from Shelby County Schools?
No.
Did you apply? Did you ask them for
We
any
have
funds?
not applied. We're working on a pilot program of waste reduction with them that I think will serve as we're looking more at a systems level approach with them, but our environmental education programming is funded by a variety of city, some county, TDOT, and then we have corporate funders like FedEx and International Paper, because our work intersects education and environment, and so that's our funding mix for this program.
Okay, but you do go into the classrooms. They allow you to come in.
Yes.
I guess it just amazes me with as much money as the school system has, why we have to give money over there. Let me ask you another question. Does your organization Clean Memphis do you have any other contracts with the city?
We received some ARPA funds for our food waste work. I was here about a month ago for the
That's a good program. I remember that.
Yes.
That was very good. Okay. All right. That's my concern. Why are we still helping when Shelby County how much? 1.5 billion?
They still haven't provided funding to Habitat for Humanity.
Yeah, that's what I just don't understand this, and it just seems like that's 100,000 we could use if they were on to assume their level of responsibility. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
Councilman Smiley, Chairman, I have a couple questions. One, how does the school get on the list?
So we focused primarily with schools that we're already working with and had a relationship with. So I think if it's a school that's interested, if we can make a connection, we don't want to assume they're just going to let us in. We generally have to build a relationship with them. The principal needs to be on board and the teachers. If you can help make that connection in a particular school, then we're happy to
What
start.
schools are you currently in?
I know we did book clubs in Sea Isle. I should have brought a list of this, and I didn't. I know we did Sea Isle. We had 2 schools in Raleigh, one in Fraser, like Memphis Business Academy. The old Coleman School that's now in Aspire Coleman. Yeah. We have La Rose Elementary. I think we did 15 book clubs last year, so I'd have to remember, but I can send that list to you. I just don't remember off the top of my head.
Are most of them charter? I mean, do you do any
no, not
The Rose is not charter.
Regular school? Okay.
Yeah, Sea Isle's not charter.
Huh?
Yeah,
That's
but
what I
La
thought.
Rose is not.
Yeah.
La Rose or Sea Isle.
La Rose is my mama's house.
Okay, but you're saying you're open, if a school is interested, we can connect them
Sure,
with you.
absolutely.
For my district. The second one is, do you use the same books each session, and
I
who
brought you a
selects the
sample.
books?
Yeah, our team selected the books. So they've tried to curate a list of books that are environmentally themed, but also represent the students we serve. So every year they're looking for different books, because part of our education strategy is to follow a feeder pattern, so that if we're working in an elementary, we follow them to middle school. So we don't want the third graders to have the same books the second graders did. We would try to move those around and mix those up. So we have about 15 different books that we use, and we kind of mix them up between second and third grade.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Appears that all hearts are okay. You good? Okay. Appears that all hearts and minds are clear. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right, subpoena the chair. The ayes have it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Keaton. Huh? Hold up. I'm sorry. there is a very inquisitive person on this body who has an additional question.
No, I just want to know, I'm not inquisitive. I know Memphis City Beautiful has a education piece that's in the school system as well that we fund. Do you all collaborate, or are they two separate things, or do they intersect anywhere? Just curious.
I think our programs are a little bit different in that we're in the same school over and over every week, and I don't think that's their strategy. Their strategy is more to have one, I'm going to that school and then another school, so they don't necessarily overlap. We have done some collaborative things at libraries and parks when we do things, but not necessarily directly in the school.
Okay, but both programs share about blight and litter and civic. Okay,
yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Keaton, am I free to adjourn this committee meeting since I tried to adjourn 10 times already and apparently I was wrong? All right, adjourn this committee.
I'd like to call to order the meeting of the Memphis City Council's executive session. Ms. Owens, would you please call the roll?
Councilwoman Easter Thomas. Present. Councilman Ford. Present. Councilwoman Logan. Present. Councilwoman Swearingen Washington.
Present.
Councilman Smiley.
I'm here.
Councilman Warren.
Present.
Councilwoman Johnson. Present. Chair Jones.
Present. Colleagues, we have a couple of items that are executives, and then, on the executive agenda, but then we also have some add-on items. So item number 1 is a resolution approving an honorary street name change of North and South 2nd Street between Chelsea Avenue and G. Patterson Avenue for Tennessee State Representative Barbara Cooper. This is District 7, Super District 8, sponsored by Councilman Ford. And there's a request of St. minutes. Councilman Ford.
All right, yeah.
Microphone, please.
Thank you, Chair. In consideration, we had some issues with people wanting to change the name of the street. So figured what we would do would change from Chelsea, 2nd Street from Chelsea all the way down to Calhoun, which is Joe Patterson. G.E. Patterson Boulevard, in honor of her. And I so move it.
Second.
Okay.
Can I be a co-sponsor?
everybody's supposed to.
Everybody present, right.
This was from the
Okay.
council, everybody co-sponsor. This is why we've been holding for
Okay.
ever. Yeah.
This honorary or?
Yeah, we're gonna just make it honorary, but it's be from one end of the city to the other.
Okay.
Yeah, that's right.
Sounds good. So everybody who's present will be listed as a co-sponsor. Seeing no colleagues who wish to speak on this item, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? That item passes. Item number 2 is a resolution to allocate and appropriate American Rescue Plan Act ARPA funds to Time Is Now Douglas CDC for Juneteenth celebration in Douglas community. District 7, Super District 8, sponsored by Councilwoman Easter Thomas and Jones. Request for same night minutes on this item. Councilwoman Easter Thomas, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. And also thank you for being co-sponsor as well. So as we know, Juneteenth celebration is technically June 19th. And the first and legacy Juneteenth celebration was started and is still being held in the Douglas community, named after Frederick Douglass. And every year they do a big celebration in Douglas Park, and they have folks come out, with horses. They have musical performances. They have a community and health fair. They have a job fair. They have a food giveaway. And they do all of this on the weekend leading up to Juneteenth. This funding is asking for same night minutes and is also out of the ordinary because of they incurred extra expenses due to the Levy Shell on Wheels not being ready. And so I know, colleagues, we had given some money to the Shell on Wheels to be able to be prepared, and their first promoted stop was Juneteenth Douglas. They were providing them with a stage. They were providing them with audio engineer. They're providing them with a performer as well, but they're not ready. And Juneteenth in Douglas just got word of that about 2.5 weeks ago. And so as we know, when you're planning something that comes along, you don't have that added into it. So when you were told you wouldn't have to pay for it, and that money could go towards other stuff, you just need help with that. And so this is reallocating $15,000 from the Manhood WOWs line in ARPA to Time Is Now Douglas CDC for the purpose to use it for Juneteenth for this weekend in Douglas. And it's for same night minutes so that the folks who are invoicing them can be paid via the city as soon as it's done. So I told Time Is Now that if we would approve it, this money wouldn't have to go straight to them. They could send their invoices to the grants department and get it paid for by that way, like other ARPA stuff does. Right? By Crystal's office. Because that's how they've been doing the grocery project. That Time Is Now sends an invoice and that invoice is paid.
I think we would have to have some sort of funding agreement with someone. So I don't know that they could send it directly without there being a funding agreement, but I can work with you on the mechanism for, resolving.
And this organization is also already on the council grant approval list for previous years past. So I'm sure they'll be able to send in their paperwork to get that agreement done with. But I'm asking everyone's support, and if you want to be a co-sponsor, definitely do so. But Juneteenth is this weekend, and so the show must go on.
Okay, is there a motion?
And I so move.
Okay.
Right.
Okay, there is a motion and a second on this item. We have a question from Dr. Warren.
I just wanted to make sure that this is an ARPA, American Rescue Act use that we can appropriately use that funding for.
So Juneteenth Festival is one in a community that has felt the effects of COVID-19. Its impact is underserved. They also have a health, job fair, and food giveaway that's happening this weekend as well for those people in that particular Douglas community. So
I'm just want to make sure the administration says this is appropriate based on the rules and regulations that are, long.
based on the description given by Councilwoman Easter Thomas, it appears that it would match. If we run into any issues, that we'll come back. But based on what the information I've been provided, yes.
Okay, then just want to make sure we have that documented and all our T's crossed. Thanks.
Thank you. Seeing no other council members that want to speak on this item, we'll call for a vote on this. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That item passes. Item 4 is an add-on. It's not on our regular agenda, but thank you, Councilman Canale and Councilman Ford, for bringing this one. This is a resolution approving an honorary street name change of Mississippi Boulevard between East Georgia Avenue and South Danny Thomas Boulevard for Memphis firefighter David Pleasant. This is District 6, Super District 9, sponsored by Councilman Canale and Ford, and there's a request for same night minutes on this item. Gentlemen.
Thank you, Chairman. I won't read it. I'll do the presentation downstairs, but I still move.
Okay. It has been moved and seconded. If you all don't mind, I think that all those present would like to be added as co-sponsors to this. Okay. Okay, with no objection that we have this one added on with same night minutes. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That item passes. Colleagues, item number 47 has been held for 2 weeks. Item number 41, permanent street name for Representative Cooper has been drawn. Item number 38 is being held for 2 weeks. We have 13 add-on items for this afternoon. Number 51 is a resolution to allocate and appropriate $350,000 to the Works Incorporated, District 4, Super District 8, sponsored by Council Members Swearingen, Washington, Carlisle, Smiley, and Warren. There's a request for same night minutes. Item number 52, a resolution to amend fiscal year 24 budget for the City of Memphis Legislative Division. All council districts, sponsored by Council Members Smiley, Logan, Swearingen, Washington. Request for same night minutes. Item number 53, resolution to transfer GO bonds from ISO 01082 to IT 01005 to cover the new Treasury tax system contract. All council districts, sponsored by the administration. There's a request for same night minutes. Item number 54, resolution to amend the Q4 general fund operating budget amendment. All council districts, sponsored by the administration. There's a request for same night minutes. Item number 55, a resolution to transfer a contract construction allocation and appropriate funds to contract construction costs for fire station canopy and patio project phases 3 and 4, project number FS 23102. All council districts, sponsored by the administration. There's a request for same night minutes. Item number 56, resolution amending the fiscal year 23 operating budget to increase revenues and expenditures by $351,419.51 in docking fees from American Queen Voyages to be spent on the operation of Beale Street Landing. District 6, Super District 8, sponsored by the administration. There's a request for same night minutes. Item number 57, a resolution to accept the appropriation and allocation of the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development HUD allocation from the Community Project Fund, CPF, made available by the United States Congress for an economic development initiative in the amount of $3 million for a division of HCD Historic Melrose Redevelopment Project. District 4, Super District 8, sponsored by the administration. There's a request for same night minutes. Item number 58, a resolution approving a management agreement between the City of Memphis through its Division of Parks and Knowledge Quest to manage, operate, and program the former Head Start building at Gaston Community Center, District 6, Super District 8, sponsored by the administration. Item number 59, a resolution approving a 25-year lease to the University of Memphis for 4145 Southern Avenue, also known as the Leftwich Tennis Center, District 5, Super District 9, sponsored by the administration. There's a request for same night minutes. Item number 60, resolution requesting the approval to transfer 0.22 acres parcel adjacent to Douglas Elementary School to Shelby County Board of Education, District 7, Super District 8, sponsored by the administration. Request for same night minutes. Number 61, a resolution to amend Public Works Division fiscal year 23 operating budget to reallocate appropriate funding for increased operating expenses. All council districts, sponsored by the administration. There's a request for same night minutes. Item number 62, resolution approving an honorary street name change of North and South 2nd Street between Chelsea Avenue and G. Patterson Avenue for Tennessee State Representative Barbara Cooper, District 7, Super District 8, sponsored by Councilman Ford. Request the same night minutes. Number 63, a resolution to allocate and appropriate American Rescue Plan Act ARPA funds to Time Is Now Douglas CDC for Juneteenth celebration in Douglas Community. District 7, Super District 8, sponsored by Councilwoman Easter Thomas and Chairman Jones. Request for same night minutes. So our same night minutes are for 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, and 63. Once again, our add-on items are 51 through 63. Our same night minutes items will be 4, 13 through 24, and 51 through 63. Seeing no further business for this committee, is there any? Okay, this executive session is